Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Expired Aisle, Haunting of the Midnight Gas Station. The hum of the fluorescent lights above barely cut through the thick silence that settled over the gas station after midnight. Night shifts at the edge of nowhere tend to stretch time into something strange. The small gas station sat alone on the side of Route 217, a narrow two-lane road that twisted through miles of scrub and forgotten farms. The kind of place where the sky seemed bigger, darker, and when a car pulled in, it made a soft crunch on gravel that sounded way too loud. I'd been working here for 6 months, mostly because it was close to my apartment and the pay was steady, if unremarkable. The company liked to say it was a quiet, safe location for overnight work. Quiet, yes. Safe? That was what I was still trying to figure out. The clock above the register ticked over to 1:17 a.m., its faint mechanical click echoing in the empty space. I glanced at the snack racks, the usual suspects, bags of chips, candy bars, energy drinks with their neon labels glowing under the dim light. Most of the products looked tired, some past their printed expiration dates by months. Corporate had assured us that the turnover was fast enough to keep everything fresh, but the backroom told a different story. I heard the crunch of tires on gravel and looked up. A dusty sedan pulled into the lot, headlights cutting through the night. The driver, a man maybe in his late 40s with a pale face and tired eyes, shuffled inside. He moved slowly, like he was wading through molasses, and I caught a faint scent of cigarette smoke mixed with something chemical I couldn't place. "Evening," I said, forcing my voice to sound friendly. It was a reflex at this point. He barely looked up, his eyes glassy, unfocused. He grabbed a couple of soda bottles from the fridge and a pack of crackers, then shuffled to the register. His hands trembled slightly as he handed me a crumpled bill. "Long night?" I asked, mostly to fill the silence. He blinked a few times, then nodded, but didn't say a word. I gave him his change and watched him walk out, the door's bell jangling softly behind him. The air felt heavier somehow after he left, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Probably just the caffeine wearing off. Around 2:15 a.m., a woman came in. She was younger, probably early 20s, with messy hair and a tired smile. She moved more quickly than the man, but there was a strange stiffness in her gait, like she was trying to hold herself upright against something invisible. She picked out a bottle of orange juice and a granola bar, then paused, staring blankly at the cooler for a long time before grabbing a second juice. The barcode scanner beeped as I rang her up. "Everything okay?" I asked. She blinked, then looked at me like she didn't quite understand the question. "Yeah," she said finally, voice flat. "Just tired." I nodded, but the feeling in my gut wouldn't let me let it go. Something was off. Later, when the sun dipped just below the horizon and the first hints of dawn painted the sky, I noticed a small, nearly invisible sticker on one of the soda bottles the man had bought. It was faded, but the date was clear, expired 6 months ago. I frowned and pulled a few other bottles from the fridge, checking their dates. More expired products, some just a month old, but others long past safe consumption. I made a note to check the inventory logs in the morning. Maybe it was just a mistake. After all, these things happen. But the sickly pallor and sluggish movements of the customers nagged at me. At 4:42 a.m., a trucker stopped by. He was gruff but polite, ordering coffee and a sandwich. He glanced around the store, then leaned in, lowering his voice. "You seen those folks out there? Look like they're about to drop dead. Real scary, I tell you," he said. I shrugged, not wanting to get drawn into paranoia. Could be the heat. It's been a dry spell lately. He shook his head. No. It's something else. Been hearing rumors. Folks getting sick after stopping here. They don't want it on the news, though. Too much money riding on this place. I smiled, but it felt forced. Sounds like small-town gossip. Maybe, he said, eyes sharp. But sometimes gossip's the only thing telling the truth. I didn't sleep much that morning. The stale coffee tasted bitter, and the buzzing of the overhead light made the room seem smaller, tighter. Outside, the wind picked up again, sweeping scraps of paper across the parking lot. The night had been uneventful, but that strange weight, the one that settled over my shoulders like a damp blanket, refused to lift. I kept thinking about those expired snacks, the pale man, the woman who couldn't focus. It was nothing concrete, just flickers of something wrong beneath the surface. What if I was imagining it? Or worse, what if I wasn't? The company's policy was clear: report any issues with products immediately, but don't jump to conclusions without proof. I was caught somewhere between a nagging suspicion and the dull ache of exhaustion. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I was overthinking. Still, as I locked the door behind me and the first gray light of dawn crept over the horizon, I couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. The next morning, I woke up still tangled in the threads of last night's oddness. I kept turning over the pale man's glazed eyes, the woman's vacant stare, the way their movements had been sluggish, off-kilter. None of it added up. Expired snacks shouldn't cause that kind of reaction, not instantly. The company's line echoed in my head: products are safe. Tested and sealed. No contamination. But I didn't buy it. Not anymore. I needed more than gut feelings. By mid-morning, the sky was awash of pale blue, and the wind had died down into a lazy breeze that made the leaves tap lightly against my window. I wasn't ready to go back to the station yet, not while the questions still hum like a storm cloud. Instead, I found myself at the small public library a few blocks away, fingers tracing the spines of dusty health journals and food safety manuals, hoping for a clue. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead, and the faint scent of old paper and lemon polish filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. There wasn't much about chemicals that could cause rapid disorientation after a quick snack, at least nothing obvious. But then I stumbled on a report about contamination in food packaging, how certain chemical compounds, if improperly stored or exposed to heat, could leach into products and cause neurological symptoms. Headaches, dizziness, confusion, nausea. The symptoms matched. I scribbled notes in the margin, the paper rough beneath my pen. A small, nagging part of me wondered if I was chasing shadows, reading too much into a few odd cases. But the more I read, the heavier the weight in my chest grew. Back at the gas station that afternoon, I decided to take a closer look at the shelves. The flickering overhead light buzzed intermittently, casting a sickly glow over rows of chips, candy bars, and drinks. My fingers traced the edges of the packaging, cold and smooth, but something else caught my eye: a faint, almost imperceptible film on some of the plastic wrappers, like a thin layer of dust but with a subtle chemical tang. I pulled out a bottle of soda, unopened but past its expiration date by weeks. The label was slightly warped, the ink faded in spots. I held it close and sniffed. There was a faint sourness beneath the usual sweetness, something off. I gulped, the dry air catching in my throat. That's when the bell jingled. Two young men shuffled in, their faces pale and eyes glazed. They moved slowly, as if caught in molasses, but smiled when they saw me. "Hey," one said, voice low and rough. "You got any of those energy drinks? The blue ones?" I grabbed a couple from the cooler, the cold cans sweating beneath my fingers. They paid quietly, barely meeting my eyes, then shuffled out the door. I watched them go, a knot tightening inside me. Minutes later, a low rumble came from the parking lot. They were back, leaning against the wall, clutching their cans but looking worse, sweat purling on their foreheads, faces slack. The taller one swayed. "Weird," he muttered, voice barely audible. I stepped outside, the sun dipping lower, casting long shadows. The air smelled faintly of exhaust and something chemical, sharp and sour. "You okay?" I asked, voice hesitant. The shorter guy blinked slowly, then shook his head, as if trying to clear fog from his mind. "Feels weird," he said, voice trembling. I wanted to say something reassuring but found no words. Instead, I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I spent the evening calling the company's safety hotline again, my voice strained but firm. "Look, I know the products are labeled expired, but customers are showing symptoms, dizziness, confusion, nausea right after purchase. It has to be something in the snacks or drinks." The line went silent for a long moment. Then a clipped voice, "All products undergo rigorous testing. Any adverse reactions are extremely rare and unrelated to contamination. Please refrain from spreading unverified claims." I bit my tongue. "I'm not spreading claims. I'm reporting what I'm seeing." "Understood. We'll send someone to inspect the inventory. Until then, continue monitoring and report any incidents through the standard channels." The standard channels. The same ones that bury concerns under layers of policy and paperwork. I hung up, feeling a cold spike of frustration. The company was a wall, and I was a pebble bouncing off it. But something else stirred beneath that frustration, a stubborn resolve. If they wouldn't listen, I have to find the proof myself. The night shift arrived with a somber gray sky, the kind that made the world feel muted, like someone had turned down the color. I took my place behind the counter, the familiar hum of the refrigerators a low, constant buzz in my ears. I checked the expired snack aisle again, this time with a flashlight app on my phone, shining the beam over every shelf. The wrappers with that faint chemical film showed up more clearly under the light. It clung to the corners, a subtle haze that made the plastic feel sticky to the touch. I pulled one from the shelf, a bag of chips long past the printed date. The film was more pronounced there. Suddenly, a soft thud came from the back room. I froze. The station was supposed to be empty except for me. "Hello?" My voice was barely above a whisper. No answer. Just silence. Complete silence. I grabbed my phone, flipping on the flashlight, and moved cautiously toward the door. The air smelled stale, with a faint metallic hint. The back room was cramped, filled with crates and boxes stacked haphazardly. Nothing out of place at first glance. Then I noticed it, a small puddle of a clear, oily liquid seeping from under a crate. The smell hit me, then a sharp chemical bite, like burnt plastic mixed with cleaning solvent. My stomach flipped. I crouched down and touched the puddle with the back of my hand. Sticky. Not water. Not anything I had seen before. I wiped my fingers on a rag, my skin tingling where the liquid had been. A noise behind me made me spin around. A man stood in the doorway, his face unreadable, ice cold. He wore a company jacket, the logo faded but unmistakable. "You shouldn't be back here," he said quietly. I was checking for leaks." "I think something's wrong with the stock," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. He stepped closer, the air between us suddenly colder. "We've been monitoring the situation. Nothing to worry about. Just follow the usual procedures." His tone brooked no argument. I wanted to ask more, to tell him what I'd seen, but a sudden sense of danger held my tongue. There was something in his gaze, a warning, or maybe a threat, that made my skin crawl. He turned and left, the door clicking shut behind him. I stood alone in the back room, the smell of chemicals thick in my nostrils, the sticky residue still on my fingers, and a sudden, chilling certainty that this was bigger than expired snacks or company policies. Someone was hiding something. And it wasn't just the contamination. It was the truth. Outside, the wind had picked up again, rattling the windows like impatient fingers. I swallowed hard and knew I couldn't turn back now. Not when the danger was already inside the walls where I worked, silent, invisible, and waiting. Something was coming. And it wasn't just the night. The man's words hung in the stale air like a warning bell I couldn't ignore. We've been monitoring the situation. Nothing to worry about. His voice was calm, too calm, like a surgeon assuring you the scalpel was clean before the cut. But the sharp chemical smell still clung to my nostrils, and the sticky residue on my hand burned with a tingling insistence that something was very wrong. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to bolt. I wanted to push, to demand answers, to tell him about the customers, the way their eyes glazed over, the sudden nausea, the complaints I'd filed that got lost in a corporate black hole. Instead, I nodded and backed away, the flickering fluorescent light overhead buzzing louder in my ears. "You'll be fine if you follow protocol," he added, stepping back into the shadows of the storage room before the door clicked shut behind him. Alone again, the silence felt heavier, thicker. I wiped my hand on my jeans, but the chemical sting didn't fade. I looked down at the puddle and oily, translucent smear beneath the crate. Something was leaking, and it wasn't water or anything the company wanted me to find. I forced myself to breathe, to think. My mind raced back to the last few nights. The girl who bought a bag of expired chips and then doubled over behind the gas pumps, clutching her stomach. The old man who insisted his soda tasted off before his hands started trembling so badly he dropped the bottle. The cashier before me who called in sick with flu-like symptoms after the midnight shift. It was all connected, wasn't it? But the company's official line, "Products are safe," clashed with what I was seeing. I needed proof. Something concrete. But where? I couldn't keep running in circles, pretending the gas station was just another lonely outpost on a forgotten highway. I was trapped under that flickering light with a secret that felt like it was eating away the walls around me, and worse, no one wanted to believe it existed. The next morning, I woke with a sour taste in my mouth, the chemical burn still throbbing faintly in my skin. I stared at the ceiling, the pale sunlight creeping through the blinds, feeling alien inside my cramped apartment. I thought about calling someone, anyone who might listen. Maybe the health department. Maybe the news. But even that felt dangerous, like shouting into a storm. Instead, I called Lisa. My only real friend in town. She worked here before, knew the rhythm of the place. Maybe she'd see what I couldn't. "Hey," she said, voice tired but warm, when I finally reached her. "Lisa, something's wrong with the stock. People are getting sick. I found this weird chemical leaking in the storage room." I tried to keep my voice steady, but it cracked. There was a long pause. Then, "Wait, chemical? Like what?" "I don't know. It smells like burnt plastic and cleaning stuff. But it's not cleaning stuff. It's leaking onto the crates." "God, that sounds awful," she said. "Are you okay? Did you tell your manager?" I tried. Some guy in a company jacket showed up last night. Told me to drop it, said they're monitoring the situation. But I don't think they are. I think they're hiding something. "Sounds like you're in deep," she said softly. "Maybe you should back off." I laughed bitterly. "Back off? Lisa, I can't. Not now." I'm in the middle of this, and if I don't figure it out, who will? She didn't answer. That afternoon, I went back to the station, pretending to focus on restocking shelves and cleaning the grimy windows. But my eyes kept drifting toward the storage room door. It was locked tight, the faint chemical odor seeping through the cracks. I knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't resist. At closing time, after the last customer had stumbled away clutching a suspiciously bulging bag of chips, I slipped a thin screwdriver from my kit and worked the lock. The door creaked open, revealing the dim, oppressive space beyond. The smell hit me again, stronger this time, a sharp, chemical sting that made my eyes water. The concrete floor was stained with more of that sticky liquid, pooling beneath crates of snacks and drinks. I crouched down and examined the spill. It shimmered faintly, iridescent in the weak light. Then I noticed it, a series of small, almost imperceptible tubes sneaking along the floor, dripping into the crates. Someone was deliberately contaminating the stock. My breath caught, and I stumbled backward. That's when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart pounding. A text from an unknown number. Stop digging. It's not safe. I dropped the phone, the screen cracking on the concrete. Cold sweat slicked my skin, and the room suddenly felt suffocating. Whoever was behind this knew I was onto them. And they were watching. I bolted out of the storage room and locked the door behind me, the chemical smell clinging to my clothes and hair. I leaned against the wall, fighting the urge to collapse. There was no turning back. Not now. The phone buzzed again. You should have listened. The store felt different after that. The flickering light seemed less like a malfunction and more like a warning. The hum of the refrigerators was too loud, like static in my ears. The usual customers arrived, some dazed, some pale, and all of them slipping past the line between sick and something worse. I tried to call Lisa back, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I left messages, growing more desperate with each one. Hours later, the store's old radio, long dead, crackled to life. Static filled the air, then a voice, low and scratchy, interrupted the silence. Leave. Now. I dropped the receiver, heart hammering. No one else was there. The store was empty, except me. The man in the jacket had said to follow protocol. But what protocol? Whose rules was I really following? The company's? The hidden hand poisoning the shelves? Or my own sense of right, which was screaming that this place was no longer safe? I knew the truth now. The contamination was deliberate, a hidden chemical leaching into the very products people trusted. And I was caught in the middle, a small, flickering light in a place where darkness was being manufactured. If I walked away, I'd never know what happened to the people who got sick. If I stayed, I risked becoming one of them. But there was no choice. The phone buzzed again. This time, a photo. A close-up of my name badge, lying on the floor behind the counter. Someone had been here while I was locked in the storage room. The message, "We're closer than you think." I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter and metallic in my mouth. The gas station was no longer just a job, not a place to pass the lonely hours of the night. It was a trap, a cage, and I was its prisoner. The flickering light overhead sputtered once, twice, then went out. Silence. Complete silence. The store was drowning in silence after that whisper over the radio. Leave. Now! The words reverberated through the stale air like a curse, settling over everything with a weight that made the flickering fluorescent light above hum louder, almost aggressively. My hand shook as I picked up the receiver, fingers slick with cold sweat, and I couldn't tell if it was the fear or sheer exhaustion making the world tilt slightly. I stood behind the counter, the worn linoleum floor cool and rough beneath my sneakers. The smell of stale coffee and burnt plastic lingered, mixing unpleasantly with the faint chemical tang that always seemed to hover near the snack aisles. I glanced at the rows of expired chips and sodas, the very products that had set this nightmare in motion. I wanted to rip the shelves down, smash every last packet, but the thought of what might be lurking beneath stopped me. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the thin glass windows. I pulled the collar of my jacket tighter, the chill crawling beneath my skin like a slow burn. The night felt endless, the shadows in the corners of the store stretching and twisting. I was alone, or so I thought. The thought of Lisa gnawed at me. Her silence was deafening. I'd left messages urgent, pleading, but nothing. Her phone had gone straight to voicemail every time. I wondered if she'd even gotten my last texts. Maybe she was already tangled up in this mess deeper than I imagined. Or maybe she was the one who didn't want me to dig any further. A soft thud echoed from the back storage room. My breath caught. I froze, ears straining. The store's old radio crackled again, static filling the air, cold and heavy with silence before a whisper, barely audible this time. Not safe. It was so faint I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. I grabbed the flashlight from beneath the counter, the beam cutting through the dim-like item. The storage room door was cracked open, the faintest sliver of darkness beckoning. I swallowed hard, the dry rasp of my throat sounding too loud in the quiet. I forced myself forward. Inside, the air was colder, damp and stale. The faint smell of chemicals was stronger here, sharper. My eyes adjusted, scanning the crates of deliveries stacked haphazardly. Then I saw it, half hidden behind a stack of soda boxes, a small, unmarked container, its metal surface stained and corroded. I knelt down, heart hammering. I remembered the company's insistence that the products were safe. The reports they'd sent, all those carefully worded reassurances. Lies. This was the real source. I reached out, fingers trembling, and lifted the container. The label was faded, but I could just make out the words, industrial solvent, highly toxic. A cold wave of nausea hit me. How had this ended up here? Why was it even near the food? My mind raced, trying to piece it together. Was someone deliberately contaminating the stock? Was the company covering it up? The thought was suffocating. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Behind me. I spun around, flashlight beam catching the silhouette of a man stepping out from the shadows. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but I recognized the posture, the same man in the jacket from earlier. He didn't speak, just stood there, the silence pressing down between us. Why? My voice cracked. Why poison the customers? The company, I reported it. They said it's safe. He stepped closer, the cold light glinting off a badge clipped to his belt. They don't want this getting out, he said quietly. Not tonight. Not ever. I swallowed. The implications slammed into me like a freight train. This wasn't just a mistake. It was deliberate. A cover-up. And now I was in the middle of it. Who are you? I asked, the flashlight shaking in my hand. What do you want? He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, tossing it onto the floor between us. I bent down, heart pounding, and unfolded it. It was a photograph of me, taken from outside the store, blurry but unmistakable. Someone had been watching me. Leave, he said again, voice low and urgent. Before it's too late. I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but the weight of the moment crushed me. The danger was no longer just theoretical, it was here, breathing down my neck. And I wasn't sure I could outrun it. As he stepped back into the shadows, The radio crackled once more, louder this time, the voice clear and sharp. Trust no one. The store lights flickered violently, plunging me into darkness for a heartbeat before buzzing back on. I was trapped, and the night was far from over. The night air was colder than usual when I stepped out behind the gas station, the wind cutting through my jacket like item. The faint hum of the highway was the only sound, distant and indifferent, as if the world beyond this patch of cracked asphalt didn't care what was unfolding here. I pressed my forehead against the rough edge of the building, the coarse plaster gritty beneath my skin, and let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It had been almost 2 weeks since I'd first noticed something was off, customers coming in dazed, sick, desperate, and the company's stonewalling tactics. Their assurances that everything was within safety guidelines felt like a slap in the face every time they came through the phone. I'd sent emails, made calls, even tried to talk to the local health department, but no one seemed willing to look beyond the surface. That was the problem. No one wanted to see. I thought about the snack shelves, the rows of expired chips and sodas I'd been instructed not to throw away. They were supposed to be harmless, just old inventory, but the truth was buried deeper, something invisible, toxic. Earlier that evening, Sarah had stopped by. She used to work the afternoon shift, but she'd quit last week after a fainting spell at her own place. She looked tired now, eyes glassy, her hand shaking as she clutched a water bottle. "I don't know what's in those drinks," she whispered, voice barely audible over the crackling radio behind the counter. "But I'm scared, Jake. It's not just me. It's the others too." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Sarah's story had been the final push I needed. I couldn't just stand by anymore. That's why I was here now, crouched by the dumpster, the taste of stale coffee lingering on my tongue, trying to steady my nerves before what I had planned. I pulled the flashlight from my pocket, the beam weak but enough to cut through the darkness. I had to find proof, something concrete they couldn't ignore. The back storage room was a cramped, stale space, filled with the scent of damp cardboard and stale air. I flicked the light on, the bulb buzzing overhead, and my eyes adjusted to the chaos. Boxes stacked haphazardly, some torn, others damp from condensation. I ran a hand over the top box, feeling the rough tape and damp paper. Inside was an assortment of the same expired snacks from the shelves, the ones no one wanted to touch. I pulled one open with a trembling hand, a bag of pretzels, puffed and discolored. I sniffed an acrid smell, faint but unmistakably chemical. My stomach churned. I grabbed a pair of gloves from the supply cabinet and began tearing through the boxes, looking for anything out of place. That's when I found it, a small, unmarked container tucked behind a stack of soda crates. The label was worn, but I could just make out the words industrial solvent beneath a barcode sticker. My breath hitched. How long had it been here? How many times had it leaked, contaminating the surrounding products? I could feel a cold sweat gathering in my temples as I realized the company wasn't just hiding expired snacks, they were hiding something far worse. I grabbed my phone and snapped pictures, then dialed the only person I trusted to help me now, Detective Harris. He was a regular at the station, quiet but sharp. I told him what I'd found, trying to keep my voice steady. "You sure about this, Jake?" he asked after a long pause. "This could blow up real bad." "I don't care," I said, voice hoarse. "People are getting sick. It's not right." He promised to come by after his shift, and I hung up feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. The hours ticked by slowly, each customer a reminder of what was at stake. I kept glancing toward the storage room, the secret container like a dark weight in my gut. The flickering fluorescent light above the counter cast long shadows, turning the mundane into something sinister. When Harris arrived, his face was grim beneath the harsh overhead glow. We went straight to the back, and I showed him the container. He frowned, pulling out his phone to take pictures. "This is serious," he muttered. "I'll get some samples tested. We'll need to shut this place down until we know what we're dealing with." I wanted to believe it would be enough, that the nightmare was finally ending. But the company's influence ran deep, and I knew, somewhere beneath the surface, the fight wasn't over yet. The next morning, as the sun bled orange over the horizon, health inspectors arrived. They moved through the station with clipped efficiency, their questions pointed but polite. I handed over everything, the photos, the reports, the testimony from Sarah and others who'd fallen ill. The official statement came down like a hammer: contamination confirmed. The gas station would close indefinitely. The company promised a full investigation and compensation for victims. I felt numb. Relief and exhaustion tangled inside me, a knot I couldn't unwind. I watched the last customers trickle out, some with bags of reclaimed snacks, others just staring at the empty shelves, uncertain what to take from the silence that settled over the station. That night, standing alone behind the counter for the last time, I let myself breathe fully for the first time in weeks. The air smelled different, cleaner, somehow. The harsh buzz of the fluorescent lights was less oppressive. The world outside was waking up, and so was I. I thought about the people who had come here, seeking something simple, a snack, a drink, a moment of normalcy, and how fragile that trust had been. The company had tried to bury the truth beneath layers of denial, but truth has a way of clawing its way out. I wasn't the same person who took that first midnight shift. I was quieter now, more cautious, but stronger too. I've learned that sometimes the real horror isn't ghosts or monsters, it's the things people hide, the dangers they'd rather not face. As I locked the doors behind me one last time, the cold night air wrapped around me, sharp and unyielding. I looked up at the sky, clear, vast, indifferent, and felt a strange sort of peace. The danger was real, and it had changed me. But I was still here. Still standing. And that mattered. Story 2, Highway 47 exit, watching eyes in darkness. The night was too quiet. I'd been working at this 24-hour convenience store for just over 3 months, a temporary job that I told myself was a way to save money for something better. The place was the kind of spot where the smell of stale coffee and burnt popcorn was always thick enough to taste, and the pale orange glow from the streetlights cast long shadows across the cracked sidewalks. The town itself was small, the kind of place where everyone nodded at you but never really looked. It was quiet, mostly, except for the occasional distant dog barking or the low rumble of a late-night semi-truck. I remember the first time I heard the warning. It was from Jerry, the night clerk who worked the graveyard shift before me. He was an older man with a weathered face and a voice like gravel, the kind of guy who looked like he'd seen too much and said too little. He told me, almost casually, "Don't take the exit off Highway 47. Not at night. They're watching." I laughed it off, thinking it was just some local superstition or a way to keep people from driving on a sketchy road. But Jerry looked serious, and the way he glanced over his shoulder when he said it made me wonder what exactly he meant. Over the weeks, I heard variations of the same warning from the other clerks. "They're watching." That phrase became a kind of joke, whispered between the flickering aisles and under the buzzing neon lights. At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of prank or a way to keep the night shift lively. But there was a tightness in their voices that didn't fit with the casual tone. Something was off. I had my own reasons to ignore the warnings. My car was old but reliable, and I'd driven that highway exit plenty of times during the day without incident. Besides, life had a way of burying little voices like that under routines and distractions. Bills to pay, shifts to cover, the endless hum of everyday life. There wasn't room for vague fears about unseen watchers. That night, though, something about the air felt different. The cold had settled in deeper, making my breath visible in the store's front window. The usual clatter of passing cars was missing, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against the glass. I poured myself a cup of coffee, the bitter warmth grounding me, but even the familiar taste couldn't shake the unease creeping up my spine. Then the phone rang. It was the kind of shrill, sudden ring that made me jump. The line was crackly, the voice on the other end barely a whisper. "Don't. Take the exit," it said, broken and hurried before the call abruptly ended. I stared at the receiver, my hands trembling slightly as I set it down. I told myself it was a prank, probably some kid messing around, but the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. I glanced out the window again, catching a glimpse of headlights slowing by the roadside, then disappearing into the darkness. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sharp, like rusted iron. Later, when my break came, I stepped outside for a moment. The night air was thick, almost heavy, and the street lamp above flickered erratically, casting stuttering shadows across the cracked pavement. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough against my skin. A distant car horn echoed, sharp and sudden, followed by silence. Silence. Complete silence. I thought about Jerry's warning, the whispered phrase echoing in my mind. They're watching. Who were they? And why? On a sudden impulse, I decided to take the exit on my way home. Just to see. To prove to myself that there was nothing to fear. The road was narrow, flanked by dense trees that seemed to lean in closer the further I drove. The headlights barely cut through the thickening darkness, and the silence grew heavier, broken only by the soft crunch of gravel beneath my tires. Halfway down the stretch, my phone buzzed. A text. From an unknown number. Turned back, it read. No signature. No explanation. I swallowed hard, my fingers tightening on the steering wheel. The air inside the car felt stale, as if it had been trapped too long in this small space. The road ahead curved sharply, and I slowed down, eyes scanning the shadows between the trees. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a flicker of something just beyond the edge of the light, a shape that melted away when I blinked. I kept driving, heart pounding louder than the engine. When I finally reached the end of the exit, I found a small clearing. A handful of cars were parked haphazardly, their engines off, headlights dim or flickering weakly. I recognized some of the vehicles from the highway, a mix of trucks and sedans, all seemingly abandoned but for the faint glow of interior lights. I stepped out, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes. The air was colder here, sharper, and I could hear the soft hum of distant radios, the low murmurs of voices just beyond sight. No one was in sight. Just the cars. Silent watchers, or perhaps watched. A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to turn back, but curiosity rooted me in place. Then I heard it. A soft tapping. Not from any of the cars. From the trees. From the shadows beyond the clearing. I wasn't alone. And whatever was out there was waiting. Watching. I didn't know it yet, but that night was the first thread pulled in a web I couldn't escape. A web woven by silence, isolation, and those who preyed on both. I got back in my car, hands still trembling, the engine's hum a small comfort. As I drove away from the clearing, the phrase echoed louder than ever. They're watching. But I still didn't know who they were. Not yet. The night air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and gasoline as I drove away from the clearing, the phrase "they're watching" echoing in my mind like a mantra I couldn't shake. When I finally pulled into a 24-hour store about 10 miles down the road, I forced myself to step inside. The fluorescent lights flickered above, casting uneven shadows on the linoleum floor. The clerk gave me a sideways glance, one that felt too knowing. He was a tall man, middle-aged, with a face weathered by years of night shifts and cigarette smoke. "Back again," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Did you take a look where we told you?" I nodded, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Yeah. It's weird. Cars, all parked, engines running, but no one around. And that tapping sound from the trees." He leaned in, lowering his voice like the store walls themselves had ears. "You heard him too, huh? The tapping. They use it, signals, warnings. You don't want to hear that." "Who?" I asked, but he just shook his head. "Not who. What?" The idea that something human could be lurking in those shadows, preying on the vulnerability of stranded drivers, suddenly felt less like paranoia and more like a grim reality. I'd been dismissing the clerk's warnings as small-town superstition or a warped kind of local folklore, but now the pieces were clicking together. The people warning me weren't just spooked, they were protecting me. Or maybe themselves. I left the store with a flyer in my pocket, a faded map of the highway exits around the area, marked with tiny red circles and cryptic notes. The clerk had pressed it into my hand before I could ask too many questions. "Study it. Know the exits. Some are safe. Some aren't." Back in my car, I stared at the map under the dim glow of the dashboard. The exit I'd explored was circled, with a scribbled note, "Avoid after dark." The others had similar markings. One was labeled "Silent Trap," another "No Signal," and a third simply "Read They Wait." The handwriting was shaky, as if the writer had been in a hurry, or scared. Sleep didn't come easy that night. My thoughts tangled with the images of those cars, their interiors glowing faintly in the darkness, empty but somehow alive. I imagined the people inside, or what was left of them. Were they all victims? Trapped by some cruel game, or worse, by something that thrived on silence and isolation? The next morning, I woke up with a stiff neck and a dry mouth. The sun was already high, but the chill in the air hadn't lifted. I brewed coffee in my tiny kitchen, the bitter aroma filling the cramped space, but the warmth didn't reach my bones. I couldn't stop thinking about the tapping, the empty cars, the clerk's cryptic warnings. I decided to go back. This time, I'd bring a notebook, maybe even a voice recorder. I needed proof, something concrete to piece together the puzzle. I wasn't sure what I'd find, but I had to know. Driving towards the exit again, I felt the weight of the flyer in my jacket pocket. The highway stretched out, endless and indifferent. The wind whispered through the cracked windows, carrying the scent of pine and something metallic, oil, maybe rust. I pulled off at the same exit, the air suddenly colder, sharper, like an item sliding just beneath the skin. The clearing was there, just as I remembered it. The cars were lined up, engines idling, their windows fogged with condensation. But this time, I noticed something new, small objects taped to the inside of some windshields. Paper notes, hastily scrawled in pen, fluttering in the breeze. I stepped closer, heart hammering. One read, "Help me. They won't let me leave." Another, "If you find this, don't stop. Keep moving." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. The notes were desperate, raw. Whoever left them had been trapped here, just like I feared. I crouched down, running a finger over the glass of a nearby car. The surface was slick, cold, and the faint smell of cigarette smoke lingered inside. The radio crackled softly, static broken by faint voices speaking in hushed tones. I pressed my ear to the glass, straining to catch words. Don't trust anyone. Away from the trees. Watch the silence." The voice was fractured, distant, but unmistakably human. I pulled back, heart racing. The tapping returned, soft, rhythmic. This time, it was closer, coming from the edge of the clearing. I scanned the shadows, the trees standing like dark sentinels. Movement flickered between the trunks, barely perceptible. Someone or something was out there. My breath hitched. I wanted to call out, to demand answers, but my voice caught in my throat. The tapping continued, patient and deliberate, like a warning or a challenge. I remembered the flyer's markings. One exit was labeled Silent Trap. Could this be it? Was I standing in the center of some twisted snare? I backed away slowly, but the tapping seemed to follow, echoing in the stillness. The hairs on my arms prickled, sweat cooling on my skin despite the chill. When I reached my car, I slammed the door shut, the lock clicking with finality. The engine roared to life, breaking the oppressive quiet. As I drove away, I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, a figure standing at the tree line, motionless, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I pored over the flyer again, tracing the marked exits with trembling fingers. The network was more extensive than I thought, a web of isolated spots where drivers disappeared or were found hours later, dazed and silent, like shadows drained of their voices. I realized I wasn't just chasing a story. I was becoming part of it. The next day, I went back to the convenience store. The clerk was there, his eyes dark and unreadable beneath the harsh lights. "I saw them," I said quietly. "The notes, the tapping, the figure." He nodded slowly, as if expecting me. "They're patient, clever. They don't rush. They wait for the right moment, when you're alone, when you don't hear the world around you." "Who are they?" I asked. The clerk hesitated, then whispered, "People like us. But broken. Hungry for control. They prey on silence because it's easier to disappear in it." I swallowed hard. "Is there a way out?" He shook his head. "Only if you don't stop moving. Only if you stay loud." I left with more questions than answers, the weight of his words settling in my chest like a stone. I knew I had to keep digging, to understand the rules of this deadly game. Because next time, I might not be so lucky. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a harsh, unforgiving glow on the linoleum floor as I stood outside the convenience store, the night thick around me. I should have walked away. I should have told myself it was all paranoia, some twisted urban myth spun out of boredom and loneliness. But something in the way the clerk's eyes never flickered, never wavered, told me this was real. And real meant danger. So I did the only thing I could. I went back to that cursed highway exit. The road was slick from a sudden drizzle that had started minutes before I arrived, the wet pavement reflecting the dull glow of distant street lamps. The exit ramp curled like a slow-moving snake off the interstate, disappearing into a dark thicket of trees. I parked the car at the edge, engine idling, the sound of rain tapping against the windshield like nervous fingers. The silence felt absolute, as if sound itself had been swallowed whole. I stepped out, boots crunching on gravel, the cold biting through the thin jacket I'd grabbed in a rush. The damp air smelled like moss and something else, something fouler, stale. I glanced behind me, the convenience store's neon sign flickering weakly through the rain, a beacon of false safety. I told myself I wasn't crazy. I was just going to look. Just once. The first thing I noticed was the cars, parked, abandoned, their windows fogged and dark. A dozen or more, clustered in odd, uneven groups beneath the trees like forgotten relics. It was a strange kind of stillness, not like a normal roadside rest area. These weren't cars that had broken down. They looked trapped. Their owners nowhere in sight, and no obvious signs of struggle. I walked closer, the gravel crunching underfoot, heart thudding in a rhythm that felt too loud. The smell of damp upholstery and rotting leaves filled the air. Inside one car, I saw a thin layer of dust on the dashboard, a half-empty bottle of water tipped over, sticky with condensation. In another, a pair of shoes lay on the floor, scuffed and worn, as if someone had slipped out in a hurry. Then I heard it. A faint tapping. Not far off. Something rhythmic, deliberate, but distant, like Morse code whispered across the night. I froze. Tapping, I whispered. My breath fogged the cold glass of the windshield. The sound stopped. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch hitting a window. Maybe a loose shutter from the store. But the tapping came again, soft, insistent, deliberate. I looked around, heart hammering hard enough to almost drown out the rain. From between the trees, a figure stepped forward, then disappeared as quickly as it had come. The shadow moved too smoothly, too carefully, like it was watching me, measuring me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and called out, voice cracking despite my efforts to stay steady. Hey! Is anyone there? Silence. Complete silence. I scanned the perimeter, the rain now falling harder, cold droplets pricking my skin. Then I saw them eyes. Flickers of reflected light, low and scattered, moving cautiously between the trees. Not animals, too still, too knowing. I couldn't make out faces, just pinpricks of light in the darkness. A voice came then, low and hoarse, from somewhere behind a parked sedan. You shouldn't be here. My head snapped toward the sound. A man stepped out, his clothes rumpled, face pale under the streetlight. His eyes were wide and wild, but there was something else there, desperation, maybe, or fear. Who are you? I asked, stepping back carefully. He shook his head, voice barely a whisper. They watch. Always watch. They wait for the silence, for the quiet moments when you think you're alone. Then they come. Who? The question felt stupid. I already knew it wasn't ghosts or monsters. People, he said bitterly. Broken people. They use the highway exit like a trap. They find drivers who stop, someone vulnerable, and then they isolate you. Cut off your options. You don't even hear them approach. You just disappear. I wanted to laugh, to tell him he was imagining things, but his eyes held too much truth. I felt my hands trembling again, the chill spreading through my fingers. Why? What do they want? He looked away, eyes darting nervously. Control. Power. To remind you you're not safe. It's not about money or belongings. It's about fear. Silence makes you invisible. But they're watching. Always watching. The tapping started again, louder this time. We both turned toward the sound. It was coming from a black sedan parked a few feet away, rain dripping steadily from the side mirror. The man took a step toward the car, but I grabbed his arm. Wait. He looked at me, the fear now fully exposed beneath his wild eyes. You're already caught in it. Once you come here, there's no going back. No escape. A sudden noise, metal scraping against metal, made us both jump. From behind a cluster of trees, another figure emerged, slower this time, hands raised, face obscured under a hoodie. The man cursed under his breath and pulled me back toward my car. Run, he hissed. Don't stop. Don't look back. But I couldn't move. I was rooted there, watching the figure step closer, the tapping growing frantic and erratic, like a heartbeat gone wrong. I remembered the clerk's warning again, only if you stay loud. I tried to shout, but my voice stuck in my throat, dry and useless. The stranger beside me cursed again and yanked me toward the car. We jumped inside, slammed the door shut, and the engine roared to life. The rain hammered the roof like a warning drum. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the figure standing at the edge of the tree line, watching us go with those cold, empty eyes. As I pulled away from the exit ramp, the man beside me exhaled sharply, the tension in his shoulders easing just a fraction. "You're in now," he said quietly. "No more turning back." I swallowed hard, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The highway stretched ahead, dark and endless. Behind us, the exit disappeared into the night, but I knew it wasn't gone. Not really. They were still watching. And they would be waiting for the next silence to fall. The highway stretched ahead, a black ribbon swallowed by night, the rain still hammering the roof like a frantic drumbeat. I glanced in the rearview mirror again, half expecting to see that figure still standing by the trees, but the exit ramp was swallowed by shadows and rain. Just darkness. But I knew better. They weren't gone. Whoever they were, had eyes everywhere. I could feel it. Like the road itself was watching, waiting, like the silence was a trap. The man shifted in the passenger seat. "We need to find the others. Before it's too late." His voice was low, steady, but I caught the tremor beneath. I nodded, though my throat was dry and tight. The car's headlights sliced through the pouring rain, carving a path forward that felt less like hope and more like a gauntlet. The highway was nearly empty, save for the occasional sluggish vehicle, their taillights bleeding red streaks into the wet asphalt. The silence inside the car was thick, broken only by the steady hiss of rain and the occasional crackle of static from the radio. Static was better than silence. The clerk's words kept echoing, "Only if you stay loud." I tried to stay loud. I hummed under my breath. Tapped the steering wheel. Anything to push back the quiet that felt like it could swallow me whole. After what felt like hours, the man finally spoke again. "There's a rest stop up ahead." A cluster of cars. "They're trapped. Been there for hours." He glanced at me, eyes sharp, searching. "You ready?" "Ready." I wasn't sure if I was ready, but I nodded. There was no turning back. The turnoff came suddenly, a dim green sign flickering through the rain, "Rest area 1 mile." As we approached, the headlights revealed a parking lot filled with vehicles, some idling, others dark and still. The air smelled of wet asphalt and gasoline, mingled with something else, fear, maybe, or desperation. We pulled in quietly. The man killed the engine, and the world shrunk to the wet windshield and the muted murmur of rain. The rest stop was eerily still. A few figures moved between cars, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes darting. I stepped out, the cold rain biting through my jacket, the rough texture of gravel crunching underfoot. The man followed close, both of us scanning the shadows. The people here didn't look like criminals or drifters. Ordinary faces, tired and hollow. They glanced at us with a mixture of hope and suspicion. A woman approached, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're the first to come through in hours." Her hand shook as she clutched a thermos, the steam curling into the night air. "They watch. They choose who gets to leave." "Who?" I asked, voice tight. She swallowed hard, eyes flicking toward the tree line. "People who stay silent. Who don't fight back." Her words landed like a blow. "They wait for you to stop making noise. To stop fighting. Then they close in." A man near her nodded grimly. "You've got to make noise. Talk. Bang on your car. Anything. That's the only way to keep them at bay." I looked around, taking in the cluster of trapped drivers, each isolated in their own bubble of fear. The rain blurred the edges of the world, and the trees beyond the lot seemed to lean in, alive with unseen watchers. Suddenly, a sharp tapping sounded from the edge of the parking lot, rhythmic, deliberate. Everyone froze. The tapping grew louder, faster, like a heartbeat gone haywire. My pulse slammed against my ribs. "Stay loud," the man beside me hissed, his eyes dark and urgent. I opened my mouth, but my voice caught again. The tapping turned frantic enough to drown out all reason. From the shadows, a figure emerged, slow and deliberate, the wet leaves clinging to their coat. The trap drivers pressed closer together, their faces pale and eyes wide. The stranger stopped just beyond the cars, staring. No words. No movement beyond that. I could feel the weight of 1,000 silent threats pressing down. The rain, the dark, the waiting. The woman beside me shook her head. If you stop talking, if you stop moving, they get inside your head. They make you freeze. Paralyzed. You see things. Hear things that aren't there. Like ghosts, but worse. Real. They're real. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my breathing steady. The tapping slowed, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. A driver 2 cars away suddenly shouted, breaking the spell. The figure flinched, then retreated into the trees. "See," the man said, his voice shaking. "You've got to keep at it." No silence. I looked around at the exhausted faces, the rain slicking hair and clothes, the wild eyes lit by intermittent flickers of neon from the rest stop sign. The truth settled like a cold stone in my gut. This was a trap, a web of fear and control spun by unseen predators who thrived on silence and isolation. The man pulled me aside. "They're not just watching. They're hunting. But not with tool. They use your mind, your fear. You freeze. You're theirs." I nodded, though the meaning sank slowly. I was already halfway frozen, caught between disbelief and terror. How had I ignored all the signs? The warnings, the loneliness, the dead eyes behind the trees. "Let's move," he whispered. "We need to find a way out." Before they circle back. The trap drivers murmured among themselves, some pulling phones from pockets, others starting cars, engines coughing to life. The collective noise was a fragile shield. I joined in, banging on the roof of my car, calling out, keeping my voice steady even as it cracked. The night stretched on, a slow crawl beneath a sky swollen with thunder. Every shadow seemed to pulse with menace, every silence a potential trap. But for the first time, I wasn't alone in the dark. Then, a sudden crack of tires on wet pavement drew my attention. A car sped toward the lot, headlights slicing through the rain. Everyone froze, the noise dying instantly. The newcomer slowed, then stopped. The door opened, footsteps splashing through puddles. A woman's voice called out, sharp and urgent. "Is it safe? Can I stay?" The man beside me shook his head. "No. Not safe. Not yet." Her eyes met mine. Hope and fear tangled in the rain-soaked air between us. I wanted to say something, to warn her, to tell her exactly what we'd learned. But the tapping started again. And this time, it wasn't coming from the trees. The highway exit had been there, yawning wide and empty, a cracked welcome mat to nowhere. For weeks, I'd skirted around it like it was a nest of vipers, steered clear of those flickering orange street lamps and the dry, brittle grass that clung to the pavement edges. But the warnings, the harsh voices at the convenience store, the way the clerk's eyes darted nervously when the exit came up in conversation, gnawed at me until I could no longer pretend it was just the product of rural superstition or lonely minds. One night, I decided to drive down that twisted stretch. I told myself it was curiosity, maybe a little stubbornness, but deep down I think I just wanted to see it for myself. To prove there was nothing there. Even the air was different near that exit, thicker, cooler in a way that didn't make sense against the summer heat. It smelled faintly like old rubber and something else, something metallic and bitter that I couldn't place. I rolled down the windows just a crack, enough to let in the dampness and the distant hum of traffic beyond the trees. The night felt too quiet, like the world was holding its breath. I stopped at the first cluster of cars parked along the shoulder, their engines dead and taillights dim and dusty. The drivers were there, people like me, stranded or maybe just trapped in some shared moment of fear. I could see their faces, pale in the glow of their phone screens, some staring blankly ahead, others whispering to themselves or to whoever was still on the line. I got out, the gravel crunching under my shoes, and tried to catch someone's eye. A woman with a scarf wrapped tightly around her neck looked up, startled, but didn't speak. A man leaned against his door, jaw clenched, eyes flicking nervously down the road, like he was waiting for something to appear in the dark. I remember my hands trembling, the way the hair on the back of my neck prickled even though the night was still as a tomb. "There's no signal here," I said softly, hoping to break the silence that felt too heavy. "You can use my phone if you want." No one moved. No one even looked my way again. It was as if speaking out loud was a crime, as though silence was the only shield between them and whatever haunted this place. I walked a little further, past the line of cars, until I saw him, an older man, maybe in his 60s, sitting behind the wheel with the door open. His eyes were wide and fixed on the darkness beyond the highway, and I swore I caught the faintest tremble in his lips. "They're watching," he muttered without turning his head. I wanted to ask who. What? But the words died in my throat. Instead, I sat on the cracked hood of my car and waited, listening to the night unfold around us. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time felt elastic, stretched thin by dread and the strange stillness that pressed in from every side. And then, from somewhere deeper down the road, headlights flickered brief and erratic, like a moth caught in a flashlight beam. The drivers stiffened, some bolting for their cars, others frozen in place. I could almost taste the panic rising in the air, bitter and sour and thick like old coffee left too long on the burner. The light came closer, slow and steady, but not in any usual way. It wasn't a car passing through, it was circling, searching. The old man beside me whispered again, "They pick the quiet ones, the ones who don't scream." I didn't understand then. Not fully. But later, after the lights disappeared, after the dark swallowed the exit hole, I pieced it together. This wasn't about ghosts or curses. It was about people preying on fear itself, turning silence into a trap. The next morning, the highway looked normal again. The exit sign swung lazily in the breeze. The grass was just grass, nothing more. But I knew better. One by one, the stranded drivers began to vanish. Not all at once, like some grand spectacle, but quietly, as if they'd melted into the night itself. No calls for help. No desperate notes left behind. Just empty cars and the lingering scent of that metallic bitterness. I stayed away for a while after that. I told myself it was safer. But the images lingered, those hollow eyes, the whispered warnings, the way the night could swallow you whole if you weren't careful. Eventually, I went back to the convenience store. The clerks looked at me differently now, not with suspicion but something like relief. They didn't say much, just nodded when I mentioned the exit. "You saw," one of them said quietly. "Now you know why we warned folks." I never asked who they were. Maybe it was better not to know. Sometimes, I think about the drivers who disappeared. What they felt in those last moments. The paralysis, the silence, the terrible waiting. And I wonder if any of them fought back. If any of them screamed. Me? I don't speak much about that night. The quiet is easier to live with, after all. But I do keep the windows up when I drive past that exit now, and I never stop. Because some things don't want to be seen. They wait in the shadows, eyes gleaming in the dark, patient and relentless. And I learned the hard way that sometimes, the only way out is to keep moving. Story 3, Silent Alarm, when security tests turn deadly. The first time the doorbell rang at midnight, I didn't move. I knew no one was supposed to be there. No friends, no late-night deliveries, no neighbors dropping by at this hour. It was the kind of neighborhood where you didn't expect much after dark, a few streetlights struggling to stay bright, the distant bark of a dog somewhere 3 blocks away, and the occasional car that passed with its engine muffled by the thick walls of trees lining the street. My house stood at the end of a cul-de-sac, a little too quiet, a little too isolated. I told myself it was probably a prank. Kids looking for a laugh, or maybe the wind had coaxed the bell mechanism into ringing on its own, though that sounded absurd. The doorbell was old but well maintained. The security company had checked it just last month. I rolled over and pulled the blanket tighter. The air was sticky, and I could taste the faint bitterness of sweat on my tongue. The next morning, I found a small, white card slipped under the front door, wedged between the weather strip and the frame. It was blank except for a single line typed in sharp, black letters. "Are you prepared?" There was no signature, no return address, no indication of who might have left it. My fingers trembled slightly as I held it, the paper rough against my skin. That card sat on the kitchen counter for hours while I tried to focus on my coffee, the bitter, dark roast burning my throat as I stared out the window at the quiet street. I told myself I was being ridiculous. The card was probably some marketing stunt from the new home security company I'd recently switched to, Safeguard Solutions. They'd called me twice in the past week, offering a new simulation service that tested your defenses against intruders without the risk. I hadn't agreed, not yet. But that card, that strange little message, it felt like a challenge. I didn't want to admit how unsettled I was. After all, I'd lived alone in this house for almost 3 years, and nothing remotely like this had ever happened. The usual noises, creaks, the occasional thump of a stray branch hitting the roof were familiar. Normal. This was different. Later that day, I called Safeguard. The receptionist was polite but vague when I asked about any new services. "We do offer simulations, yes," she said, voice clipped and businesslike, but only with prior consent and scheduling. "If you're interested, I can connect you with your account manager." I hesitated. "No, thanks. Just wanted to check if anyone had left something for me." She said no records of anything like that. The line went dead a few seconds later, as if she'd been rushed off to another call. That night, I double-checked every lock, every window latch. The house smelled faintly of dust and something else, maybe the dampness left from the last rain. I ran my fingers along the rough plaster of the living room wall, the texture uneven under my touch. The ceiling fan stirred the air lazily, blades creaking as they turned. I tried to read, but my eyes kept darting to the front door, where the chain lock glittered faintly in the dim light. Outside, a distant siren wailed, then faded. I wanted to convince myself I was just tired, perhaps imagining things. But when I finally drifted off, the image of that stark card, "Are you prepared?" hovered behind my eyelids, burning like a question that wouldn't let me rest. I woke to the sound of my phone vibrating on the bedside table. A text message from Safeguard Solutions. "Your simulation is scheduled for tonight. Be ready." No explanation, no opt-out option. I stared at the screen, hearing the blood thud in my ears. My hand shook as I locked the phone and tossed it across the bed. What kind of test was this? No one had asked me if I wanted to participate. No one had given me any warning. The whole idea, which had once seemed like a clever marketing gimmick, now felt like a trap. I spent the day glancing nervously at every shadow, every reflection in the windows. The mail slot rattled when a flyer slid through, but I flinched anyway. The neighborhood was calm, the usual midweek rhythm of lawn mowers and distant lawn chairs scraping on pavement. Yet inside, a slow, creeping dread filled the corners of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decays. I tried to call Safeguard again, but the number went straight to voicemail. I left a message, my voice tight and uneven. No call back. As dusk fell, the house darkened early beneath thick clouds that smelled of rain and something metallic, like old pennies. The porch light sputtered to life, buzzing softly. The wooden floorboards creaked under my feet as I paced, the rough grain familiar but somehow less comforting now. Then, the doorbell rang. Not once, but 3 times in quick succession. I froze. The sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be the wind. My breath caught somewhere in my chest. My skin prickled with cold sweat despite the heavy summer air. I wanted to call out, to demand, "Who's there?" But my voice caught in my throat. I didn't know what was on the other side of that door. Was it someone testing me? Or someone with no intention of letting me know they were there? A shadow flickered just beyond the frosted glass. I could see a shape, tall, motionless. A pause. Then it turned away. The front door clicked. Not unlocked, clicked, like it had been opened. I sprinted to the entrance, heart hammering in my ribs. The door was ajar, swinging slightly on its hinges, the screen door rattling softly in the evening breeze. The scent of freshly cut grass mixed oddly with something else, clean, antiseptic, like the smell of new plastic. I stepped inside, eyes scanning the darkened hallway, every muscle tense. The house was empty. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing disturbed except the door. I locked it again. Twice. My hands were shaking as I leaned against the wall, the rough plaster pressing into my palms. I wanted to laugh, to tell myself it was all a mistake. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside, watching. Safeguard's little game was no longer a joke. And I wasn't prepared. Not even close. The door was locked again, double-checked, but my pulse didn't slow. I sat down on the worn floorboards, the cold seeping through my jeans. The house felt different now, smaller, somehow. The familiar creaks and groans of settling timber sounded sharper, less like a comforting background noise and more like whispers. I kept glancing at the front window, half expecting to see the tall figure again, frozen like a statue just beyond the frosted glass. But there was nothing. Only the garden, a smudge of darkness under the street lamp, and the occasional distant bark of a dog. I didn't sleep that night. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Safeguard's new simulation service was supposed to be harmless, a way to test your home's defenses by having actors break in unannounced. The idea was to catch you off guard, see how you'd respond. But it felt like the line had been crossed somewhere between test and violation. And I was left wondering if it was even safe to consider the whole thing a simulation. Morning brought no relief. The sunlight cast long shadows through the kitchen window, but it didn't make the house feel any less empty. I brewed coffee, the bitter taste sharp on my tongue, and scrolled through my phone. No new messages from Safeguard. No alerts. Just a generic "thank you for participating" email sent hours before, which now felt like a cruel joke. I glanced again at the front door, then at the lock. It looked fine, but how could I trust it? The thought made my fingers twitch. I needed answers. Not just for peace of mind, but because something about all this had started to gnaw at me. I decided to call Safeguard directly. The number was on their website, easy to find, but harder to dial with a steady hand. The voice on the other end was calm, too calm. "Good morning, this is Elena at Safeguard. How can I assist you today?" My throat tightened. "Hi, Elena. I'm calling because Well, someone broke into my house last night. I think it was part of the simulation, but the door was unlocked or maybe opened and I never got any warning. Is that supposed to happen? There was a brief pause. I'm sorry to hear you feel unsafe. Our protocol requires that all participants receive a notification before the simulation begins. Did you check your email or text messages? I did. Nothing came through after the initial confirmation. And the door, I locked it myself. Twice. But it was ajar when I got home. Let me pull up your file. One moment, please. The line hummed softly. I tapped my foot against the floor, feeling the uneven grain beneath my sneaker. The kitchen was silent except for the faint drip from the faucet. Water pooled in the sink, cold and still. Elena? I said, voice sharper now. She returned after a few seconds. I see here that your simulation was scheduled for last night between 10 p.m. and midnight. Our actors are trained to avoid causing distress. Did you notice anyone inside the house? Any signs they left behind? No, I said, but the front door was open. The screen rattled in the breeze. I smelled something like new plastic mixed with fresh cut grass. It was odd. That is unusual, she admitted. I'm going to escalate this to our security team. In the meantime, I recommend you avoid interacting with the system until we can verify everything is secure. I thanked her, hung up, and sat back against the counter. The kitchen clock ticked loudly. My mind replayed the previous night's events, from the shadow beyond the glass to the unexpected click of the door. Something wasn't right. I pulled open the front door again, stepping onto the porch. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of rain that hadn't yet fallen. I ran a hand along the door frame, feeling for splinters or scratches. There was a faint groove near the lock, too even to be accidental. Like a tool had been used, but not in a way that left obvious damage. I took a mental inventory of everything I'd noticed so far. The smell. The open door. The silence. The absence of any footprints or disturbances. The way the actors were supposed to announce themselves somehow didn't match the reality I'd experienced. I knew it was supposed to be a simulation, but the discomfort was real enough. There was a knock at the side window. Sharp, deliberate. My heart leapt. I spun toward the sound, breath catching in my throat. It was just a branch brushing against the glass, stirred by the breeze. Still, I could feel the tension building, like a storm gathering on the horizon. I decided to check the security footage, hoping the system had captured something. The app was slow to load, the video choppy and grainy. There was a moment around 11:15 p.m. when the front door appeared to shift, a shadow moving just beyond the threshold. The image blurred, but it was unmistakable. Someone had come inside. I rewound and watched again. The figure paused, then turned away from the camera. No face. No identifying features. Just a presence, silent and unnerving. My hands trembled as I shut the laptop. I wasn't sure whether to call the police or safeguard again. The company's promise of safety felt like a thin veil, easily torn. And beneath it was something far messier, an invasion not just of my home, but of my sense of security. Later that afternoon, my neighbor, Mrs. Calder, stopped by. She was an older woman with sharp eyes and a habit of knitting no matter the conversation. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, her voice low and steady. "Not a ghost," I replied, forcing a smile. "Just feeling a little unsettled." She nodded knowingly. "There's been talk in the neighborhood. More break-ins, but nothing reported. People don't want to bother the police over nothing." "Sound familiar?" "It does," I said, watching her fingers loop yarn over needles. I'm part of a security simulation, but something went wrong last night. I think someone actually got inside. Mrs. Calder's eyes narrowed. That's no simulation. That's real. Her words hung between us like a warning. I wanted to ask more, but she shook her head. Be careful. These days, the line between safe and unsafe is thinner than we think. When she left, I locked the door again and pulled the curtains tight. The afternoon sun was bright, but the house felt darker than before. I found myself unable to shake the feeling that eyes were watching me from the shadows just beyond the glass, waiting for the moment to cross the threshold once more. The phone buzzed on the table. A message from an unknown number. We're not done yet. My breath caught. I stared at the screen, fingers frozen. The simulation hadn't ended. Not by a long shot. The message sat on the screen like a pulse, steady and alarming. I dropped the phone onto the table. The faint buzz lingered, vibrating through the wood like a warning. Outside, the sky was ink dark, the neighborhood silent except for the occasional distant bark of a dog or the hum of a passing car. I kept the curtains drawn tight, but the shadows didn't seem to care. They pressed against the glass, waiting. I knew then that there was no turning back. This wasn't a game I could quit or a prank to shrug off. The line between the simulated and the real had blurred completely, and I was trapped in the middle. I paced, fingers tracing the worn edge of the table, trying to piece everything together. When Mrs. Calder said, "That's no simulation. That's real," I brushed it off as her old world paranoia. Now, I couldn't. She wasn't just being cautious, she was warning me. The phone buzzed again. Another message, this time a photo. My front door, wide open, the lock obviously tampered with. I swallowed hard. Someone had been inside, and whoever it was wasn't done. I grabbed my jacket, ready to leave the house, but the door was stuck. I pulled harder, the old wood groaning under my grip. It didn't budge. Panic prickled down my spine. I checked the windows locked tight, but the glass was thin, the frames aged and brittle. If someone wanted in, they could find a way. I sank back onto the sofa, heart thundering. The quiet was suffocating, like the house itself was holding its breath. My phone vibrated again. A new message popped up. Escape is not an option. My hands trembled. Not out of fear exactly, but from that cold, sinking certainty that I'd crossed a point of no return. I wasn't dealing with a security test anymore. I was the target of something far more calculated. I tried calling the company. No answer. The line went dead. Then, a recorded message. "Thank you for participating in our enhanced security simulation. Your experience will begin shortly." The voice was cheerful, robotic, and completely void of concern. I slammed the phone down. The room seemed to darken further, shadows pooling in the corners like ink spilled across the floor. I wasn't alone. I could feel it, something watching, waiting. Suddenly, my laptop pinged. An email from an address I didn't recognize, subject line, rules of engagement. I opened it cautiously. The message was brief, clinical but chilling. Your home is now a live environment. Authorized actors will test your responses without warning. You are to remain inside and follow all instructions until the simulation ends. Any attempt to leave the premises will trigger lockdown protocols. Thank you for your cooperation. Lockdown protocols. The words echoed in my ears. The house was a cage. I sank into the chair, the cold plastic biting into my palms. The realization hit me like a wave. This wasn't just a simulation to test security systems. It was an experiment. A psychological maze designed to trap me, to see how far I'd go before breaking. Then, a noise, soft, deliberate, at the back door. Footsteps, slow and measured. My breath caught. I crept toward the kitchen window, peering through the blinds. No one was there. But then the door handle turned, just a fraction. I backed away, heart speeding. The door didn't open. Instead, a voice whispered from the other side, calm and measured. "Good evening. We're here to continue the simulation. Please remain calm." Calm. The word felt like a punchline. I wanted to scream, to bolt, to do anything but stay put. But the email's warning rang louder in my mind, leave and trigger lockdown. I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I called out, voice shaking. "We're your facilitators. Actors trained to engage and assess your responses. There is no cause for alarm." I wanted to believe them, but the ease with which they breached my home, the cold efficiency of it all, it was too much. "Why am I locked in?" I demanded. "To ensure the integrity of the simulation. It's for your safety and to provide the most realistic experience." The door clicked. Locked again. I rubbed my temples, trying to steady the chaos inside my head. The line between what was real and what was staged was gone. The company's promise of security had become a prison. The phone buzzed again. Another message, this time a video. I stared as the screen showed a live feed of the living room, my living room, from a camera I hadn't installed. The actors were inside, moving with purpose, their faces calm but unreadable. The screen flickered. Then the video paused, zooming in on a note left on the coffee table. "Play by the rules, or lose control." I heard footsteps behind me. Slow. Deliberate. I turned. The hallway was empty. Then the power cut out. Silence. Complete silence. The house was swallowed by darkness, except for the faint red glow of the emergency lights. My phone was dead. No service. No way out. I was trapped. And there was no one to help me. The simulation was over. Or maybe it had just begun. A whisper brushed past my ear, cold and urgent. "You wanted the truth. Now live it." The walls seemed to close in, shadows lengthening as unseen eyes watched my every move. I swallowed hard, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. The whisper had come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. I spun around, hands outstretched, trying to grasp the intangible voice. "Who's there?" I demanded, voice trembling. Silence answered, thick and suffocating. A faint scratching echoed from the far end of the corridor, slow and deliberate. My breath hitched. I took a hesitant step forward, knees weak. The floor beneath me creaked, a warning or a welcome, I couldn't tell. Suddenly, a door at the corridor's end creaked open, revealing a sliver of dim light. Shadows flickered inside, darting like restless phantoms. Against every rational thought, I moved toward it, drawn by a force I didn't understand. Inside, a room cluttered with flickering monitors and tangled wires. Static hissed from speakers, interrupted by fleeting images, faces I recognized, moments from my past, distorted and fragmented. The whispers grew louder, overlapping voices, confessions, threats, memories I had tried to bury. "Look closer," the voice urged. On one screen, a figure emerged, my own reflection, twisted and broken. It mouthed words I couldn't hear but felt searing into my mind. The air thickened, charged with desperation and dread. A sudden slam behind me jolted my senses. I whirled to face the hallway, now empty again, but the oppressive silence had deepened, pressing down like a physical weight. I realized then, this place was alive, feeding off my fear. The whisper returned, softer now, almost compassionate. Truth has a price. Are you ready to pay? I nodded, more to steel myself than out of conviction. Whatever this was, whatever the simulation meant, I couldn't turn back now. Not when the walls themselves seemed to be closing in, and the darkness whispered secrets only I could hear. The slam echoed in the hollow corridor behind me, sharp and sudden against the low hum of the flickering monitors. I spun around, breath catching in my throat. The hallway was empty again, too empty. The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on, pressing against my eardrums with an unnatural weight. I wiped my clammy palms against my jeans, the rough denim scratching at my skin. The monitors glared back at me, their fractured images twisting and writhing like a fever dream. I glanced back at the screen showing my own distorted reflection. The mouth moved silently, the words seared into my mind before I could even comprehend their meaning. Look closer. The phrase echoed like a pulse, steady and insistent. I felt the room's temperature drop, the stale air turning chilly, like the breath of the unknown brushing against my neck. I swallowed hard, stepping closer to the monitors, feeling the tangled wires coil beneath my fingers like living things. I wanted to shut it all down, rip the power from the walls, but some part of me, curiosity or something darker, held me in place. The whispers layered, voices overlapping in a discordant symphony. Some were familiar, fragments of conversations from my past. Others were alien, cold, and clinical, like the voice of a machine trying to mimic emotion without understanding it. The door behind me creaked again, the sound a subtle invitation or a cruel taunt. I didn't want to look, but I did anyway. The corridor stretched out, a gaping maw of shadows that seemed to breathe and pulse with each step I imagined taking. I could feel something watching, waiting just beyond the edge of my vision. Who's there? My voice was brittle, cracking under the weight of its own desperation. No response. Only the faint scuff of footsteps, too light, too deliberate, moving away down the hall. I wanted to follow, to chase the sound, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The lights above flickered, casting long, jittering shadows that danced across the cracked plaster walls. A stale smell drifted through the air, cold and heavy with silence, mold, dust, and something metallic, like iron. I pressed my hand against the cool wall, the rough texture grounding me. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of what I'd stumbled into. This wasn't just a simulation. It wasn't a test. It was something else entirely. A sudden beep from one of the monitors startled me. The screen switched to a new feed, live, unfiltered, and my breath caught again. The view was from the front door, the camera angle low, angled upward. And there, just beyond the glass, a figure stood. Not an actor, not a technician. Someone real. Watching. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. The air around me thickened, claustrophobic, as if the walls themselves were closing in. The figure outside didn't move. Didn't blink. Just stared. I tried to force myself to breathe evenly, to calm the rising panic that threatened to drown me. Then another beep. The camera feed changed again, this time to the kitchen. Empty. The next feed showed the living room, the furniture bathed in pale moonlight filtering through the curtains. And then the hallway. Empty, except for a shadow that flickered at the far end, just beyond the reach of the light. I felt a cold sweat bead at my temples. My fingers trembled as I reached out to touch the screen, the glass cool and unyielding beneath my skin. I wanted to believe it was a glitch, a trick of the light. But I knew better. The house wasn't just a backdrop for some elaborate test, it was a trap. The whispers grew louder, sharper, threading through the static with an urgency that made my skin crawl. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, warning. threat, demand. I tore my gaze away from the monitors and moved toward the hallway. Each step was deliberate, measured. I kept my eyes on the floor, watching for anything out of place. The heavy scent of damp plaster and old wood filled my nostrils. The air was thick enough to taste, bitter and metallic, like the inside of a wound. Halfway down the corridor, I heard it again, a soft click, like a lock disengaging. My breath hitched. I didn't look up. Instead, I pressed myself against the wall, heart drumming so loud I thought it might burst through my chest. "Please," I whispered, more to myself than anything else. "Just a test. Just a test." The door at the end of the hall creaked open wider this time, a sliver of darkness spilling into the light. And then a voice, low, calm, but with an edge that made my skin prickle. "Why are you still here?" The words were simple, but they hit me like a blow. I froze. The voice was close, too close. I could smell the faint scent of sweat and something else, cologne, maybe? Something sharp and unnatural. "I'm not leaving," I said, though my throat was dry and ragged. "Not until I know what this is. Who you are." There was a pause, heavy and deliberate. Then the footsteps, slow, purposeful, echoed down the hallway, approaching. I could feel the presence before I saw it, a cold wave of intention that swept through the space like a shadow passing over the sun. The figure emerged into the dim light, face obscured by the hood of a jacket. No smile. No greeting. Just eyes, dark, unblinking, calculating. "You don't understand," the voice said again, quieter this time. "This isn't about you. But you're in the way." I swallowed hard, the weight of those words sinking in. I wasn't just a participant in some twisted game. I was a target. A piece on a board I couldn't see. "Then why?" I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. "Why bring me here? Why the simulations, the cameras?" The figure tilted their head, considering. "Because boundaries are fragile. Because control is an illusion. And because fear is the most honest truth we have." My hands trembled. I wanted to back away, to run, but the hallway seemed endless, closing in from both sides. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but I couldn't move. "Not yet. Do you know what it feels like?" The figure stepped closer, their voice dropping. "To watch everything you thought was safe unravel. To realize your home, your sanctuary, is just a cage." I swallowed the lump in my throat. I did know. More than I wanted to admit. The air in the house was thick, almost humid, like the kind of stillness that comes before a storm, not the weather kind, but the kind that settles inside your chest and makes every breath feel a little heavier. I sat on the edge of the couch, my hands resting on my knees, trying to slow the tremor that had taken up residence in my fingers. The security system's lights blinked quietly on the wall panel, a steady, mocking rhythm that reminded me of how easily the boundaries I thought were so solid had been crossed. It wasn't just the actors breaking in unannounced. It was the way it had all unfolded, the creeping realization that my home wasn't mine anymore, not really. I kept replaying the moments in my head, the footsteps on the hardwood, the muffled voices just beyond the hall, the invasive silence that followed. I thought I knew fear, but this was different. It wasn't some sudden shock. It was a slow, grinding erosion of safety. I heard the door click downstairs. My breath hitched. Maybe it was just the wind or the neighbor returning from a late shift. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to break the fragile barrier I'd built around myself in this moment. The phone buzzed on the coffee table, sharp and intrusive. I stared at it for a long time, then picked it up with a reluctant hand. The screen showed the security company's number. I debated ignoring it, but curiosity won. I answered before I had the chance to second guess. "Mr. Ellison? This is Marla from Safeguard. I wanted to check in after yesterday's simulation." Her voice was polite, measured, professional, but not cold. "Are you feeling okay? We've had some feedback about the unexpected intensity." I exhaled slowly, letting the tension in my shoulders ease just a fraction. Intensity is putting it mildly. We talked for a while. She explained the company's intentions, the idea behind the simulation, how they wanted people to experience their system's effectiveness up close, to really understand vulnerabilities. I listened. Part of me appreciated the logic, the innovation. Another part wished they'd left the boundaries intact. "Did you expect it to feel this invasive?" Marla asked after a pause. I hesitated. I thought I was prepared. I thought I knew what to expect. But it wasn't just a break-in. It was the way it made me see my home differently. Like it wasn't just walls and locks anymore, but something fragile. Like a secret I didn't want anyone else to know. There was a silence on the line. Then she said, softly, "That's the hardest part. When trust gets broken, even in a controlled way, it's hard to rebuild." After I hung up, I wandered through the house, tracing the lines where the actors had moved, touching the surfaces as if hoping to wipe away the memory. The kitchen counter still smelled faintly of the coffee I'd left out, but there was a faint trace of something else too, a mix of sweat and cheap cologne left behind in the chaos. I opened the front window just a crack. The cool night air slipped in, carrying the distant murmur of traffic and a dog barking somewhere down the street. The world outside kept moving, indifferent to the small fracture in my life. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but the phone felt heavier now, loaded with the weight of what I'd experienced. Even my closest friends wouldn't understand. They'd probably say I was overreacting, or that I was too cautious. Maybe they were right. Maybe this was just me losing my grip on normalcy. But then I remembered the way my hand shook when the door creaked open without warning, the way I couldn't find my voice when the actors stood in my living room like they belonged. The way the silence pressed down like a physical thing. I wasn't overreacting. Morning came slow, the sunlight filtering through the blinds in thin, hesitant lines. I didn't sleep much. When I finally drifted off, it was to dreams filled with shadows and voices just out of reach. Even waking felt like stepping onto uneven ground. The next day, I called Safeguard again. This time, I asked for the full report, the timeline, the actors' movements, everything. I needed to understand how it had all slipped through my defenses. They sent me the footage and logs. Watching them was like watching someone else's nightmare. The actors moved with practiced ease, slipping past cameras and sensors I thought foolproof. Every alarm I'd expected to hear was muted, every notification delayed. The system I trusted was just a veneer, a fragile illusion. It was humbling. I realized then that my fear wasn't just about strangers breaking in, it was about my own complacency, my blind faith in technology to shield me. I had built walls, but they were paper thin. I made changes after that. Not just to the system, but to myself. I stopped relying on gadgets and started paying attention. I learned the small sounds, the creak of settling wood, the distant hum of the refrigerator, the subtle shift of air when a door isn't quite closed. I practiced listening in the quiet, training myself to notice what was out of place. I also started leaving the lights on more often, keeping the curtains drawn at night. I didn't want to live in paranoia, but I wanted to live with awareness. There was a difference, I told myself. One felt like prison, the other like preparation. Friends noticed the change. They said I seemed more guarded, less open. Maybe they were right. But it wasn't just fear. It was respect. For my space, my privacy, and the fragile line between safety and vulnerability. Weeks later, I stood by my front door, hands resting lightly on the frame, feeling the rough grain of the wood beneath my fingers. The house was silent. I could hear the distant clatter of a garbage truck, the low murmur of conversation from a passing neighbor. The world was the same, but I wasn't. I turned the lock carefully, then pushed the door open. The cool morning air brushed against my face, carrying the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. I stepped outside, the sunlight warm on my skin. For a moment, I just stood there, breathing it in. I understood now that security wasn't just about locks or cameras. It was about boundaries, knowing where they lay, defending them, and accepting that sometimes they might be crossed. But crossing them didn't have to mean losing yourself. I closed the door behind me, the click solid and reassuring. The house was still mine, and I was finally ready to live in it again. Story 4, Fractured Perception, Medications Distorted Reality. The first morning after I started the new prescription, I woke up with the taste of rust in my mouth. It wasn't the kind of shift you could see exactly. More like the edges of everything were softer, or maybe thinner. I rubbed my eyes and swung my legs over the side of the bed, the floor cold against my bare feet. I had to remind myself that I'd taken the pill last night, not because I'd forgotten, but because my mind was already doubting what I remembered. Was that how this was going to start? A slow unspooling of memory, a question mark hanging over every little thing? The apartment was silent except for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional scrape of a garbage truck outside. I shuffled into the kitchen, flicking on the light. The bulb flickered twice before settling into a steady glow. The counter was cluttered with the usual, a chipped ceramic mug half full of cold coffee, a bent spoon, a jar of peanut butter with the lid slightly askew. I reached for the mug and the handle felt rough, almost like sandpaper, which made me pause. I stared at it for a moment, wondering if I'd imagined the texture. I touched it again, smooth as always. That was when I noticed a face in the reflection of the window, a face I knew, but not quite. It was mine, but the eyes were different. Lighter, maybe. More alert, too sharp. I blinked and turned away, telling myself it was the early morning light playing tricks. Nothing more. At work, the usual faces greeted me, but something was wrong there too. The receptionist, Marla, smiled at me with a kind of too-wide grin, her lips stretched just a fraction too far and her eyes darting like she was trying to hide something. I hesitated before returning the smile. She didn't notice. No one did. But I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise like static electricity. The office smelled like cheap air freshener and printer ink. I sank into my chair and stared at my computer screen, the words on the document blurring slightly at the edges. I rubbed my temples, trying to shake the fuzziness. The new medication was supposed to help with anxiety, but I wasn't sure if it was helping or making things worse. During the morning meeting, I caught something in the corner of my eye that made me freeze. Dave from accounting was talking about the quarterly report, but his shadow on the wall didn't quite match his movements. It lingered a little too long after he turned away, stretched just a fraction too tall, like a bad reflection in a warped mirror. I blinked hard, and the shadow snapped back to normal. I told myself to focus on the numbers, the projections, the charts. It was all normal. It had to be. Lunch was a blur of bland sandwiches and the low murmur of coworkers chatting about weekend plans. I sat at the corner table, peeling the wax paper off my turkey sandwich, when I noticed a woman at the next table. She was scrolling through her phone, but her face seemed unsettled. Not in an anxious way. More like a mask that was slipping, a brief flicker of something raw, something unwilling. I caught her eye, and she looked away quickly. The cafe smelled faintly of burnt espresso and old leather. The sound of the espresso machine hissed and steamed like a quiet warning. Back at my desk, I tried calling my doctor's office to report the odd sensations, but the line was busy. I left a message. The receptionist's voice sounded distant and robotic, as if she was reciting from a script. I wondered if she noticed the way I hesitated before speaking, the pause that wasn't quite natural. That evening, I walked home under a sky bruised with the last light of dusk. The street lamps flickered on one by one, casting long, uneven shadows across the cracked pavement. I passed Mr. Klein's house, the one with the overgrown garden and the peeling paint. His silhouette stood at the window, watching me. For a moment, I thought I saw his face distort, his mouth stretching into a grin too wide, too slow. Then he blinked, and he was just an old man again, looking tired and alone. The apartment was warmer than I expected when I got in, almost stifling. I pulled open the window to let in the night air, which smelled faintly of wet asphalt and distant fires. The city was alive with sounds, sirens, laughter, the low drone of tires on wet roads. I sat on the couch, the fabric rough against my palms, and stared at the ceiling. I found myself tracing the cracks in the plaster, watching how they spider-webbed across the surface. One crack looked like it had been painted over, but when I touched it, the paint felt thin, almost transparent, like a veil over something else. I shook my head. I was being ridiculous. But then, as I looked back toward the kitchen, the shadows seemed to shift again. The outline of the doorway stretched, the edges wavering like heat rising off asphalt on a summer afternoon. I blinked, heart stuttering. Maybe it was the medication. Or maybe it was something I'd never noticed before. Either way, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the edges of my vision, something that wasn't supposed to be there, something that everyone else was ignoring. A cold breeze flickered through the room, carrying with it a whisper I couldn't quite catch. The breeze died down, leaving the room unnervingly still. I stared at the paint-smudged crack again, fingers hovering just above it, reluctant to touch. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe the medication was already messing with me more than I'd admitted. But, if so, why did no one else see it? Why did no one else react when I asked? The next morning, the world felt off-kilter the moment I opened my eyes. The sunlight was too white, too sharp, as if it had been filtered through some cold glass. Even my own reflection in the bathroom mirror looked strange, eyes just a little too wide, skin unnaturally smooth, almost waxen. I blinked hard and the image shifted back to something familiar. Or at least what I thought was familiar. Breakfast was a blur of cereal soggy at the edges and too strong coffee. I sat at the kitchen table, the cold wood grain rough against my fingertips, trying to focus. Thoughts tangled in my head, circling back to the distorted faces I'd glimpsed the night before. Faces that warped ever so slightly, as if the people I knew were hiding something beneath their skin. I decided to test it. If this was the medication, maybe I could pinpoint when the distortion started. I needed a baseline, a way to separate the side effects from reality, or whatever this new reality was. I grabbed my phone and started scrolling through photos I'd taken over the past week. Pictures of friends laughing, the street outside my window, the cracked sidewalk by the coffee shop. Most looked normal, but a few made my stomach twist. In one, my friend Jamie's smile stretched too wide, teeth sharper than I remembered, eyes losing their warmth. In another, the street lamp on Main flickered with a strange pulse, casting shadows that didn't match the objects around it. I shook my head. I was searching for something that might not exist. Later, I met Jamie for lunch at our usual diner, the one with the chipped red vinyl booths and the smell of frying bacon that clung to your clothes like a warning. She greeted me with a smile, and I noticed it immediately, the same subtle distortion from the photo. Her eyes flickered, darkening and brightening like a faulty light bulb. I caught myself staring, trying to force the image to steady. She frowned, reaching across the table to touch my hand. "You okay? You look like you saw a ghost." I swallowed. "I don't know. I'm just tired, I guess." Jamie's grip was warm, grounding. "You sure it's the new meds? Maybe you're not sleeping enough." Maybe. I wanted to believe that was all it was. But the nagging doubt sunk deeper into my chest, a weight I couldn't shrug off. After lunch, I took a walk down to the library. The rain had started again, fine and steady, tapping rhythmically against the pavement. The smell of wet asphalt and damp leaves filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, sharp and real. I ducked inside, the cool, musty scent of old books wrapping around me like a familiar blanket. I pulled out a few psychology texts and medical journals, skimming for anything that matched what I was experiencing. Hallucinations from medication? Paranoia? Cognitive distortion? Nothing quite fit. At least, nothing I could be sure of. The words blurred at the edges, and I had to blink several times before the sentences snapped into focus. The librarian, an older woman with a tight bun and sharp glasses that caught the light like lenses from another world, watched me with a curious gaze. I tried to smile, but my mouth felt stiff. "Something on your mind?" she asked softly. I hesitated, just trying to make sense of some unusual perceptions. "I'm on a new prescription, and it's making me question what's real." She nodded slowly, as if she'd heard that before. "Reality is slippery," she said, voice low, almost conspiratorial. "Sometimes what you see isn't what you get. But sometimes, what you don't see is the real danger." I frowned. "What do you mean?" She leaned closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Keep watching. People hide things in plain sight. It's not always about ghosts or monsters. Sometimes, the threat is the mask itself." The words settled heavy in my chest. Masks. Faces. Distortions. Was she talking about what I'd been seeing? Or was this just a coincidence, a trick of the mind? I left the library with more questions than answers, the rain slowing to a mist that clung to my skin. As I walked back home, I tried to focus on the ordinary, the hum of the city, the distant bark of a dog, the scent of brewing coffee from a nearby cafe. But the world kept twisting just out of reach, familiar yet alien. That evening, I called my doctor. The line buzzed before a receptionist answered, cheerful and oblivious. I asked to speak with the doctor about the medication, trying to keep my voice steady. After a long hold, the doctor came on, his voice clipped and professional. "Side effects can vary," he said. "Visual distortion shouldn't be common, but if you're experiencing them, we should consider adjusting your dosage or switching medications." "Are you safe?" I hesitated. "Safe? From what?" "I think so," I said, unsure if I was lying to him or myself. "But it's hard to tell." He advised me to come in for a checkup the next day. I agreed, feeling the knot in my stomach tighten. If this was the medication, I needed to stop it. If it wasn't, then maybe I was discovering something far worse. Sleep came reluctantly that night. The room felt colder, shadows pooling like ink in the corners. I caught movement from the corner of my eye, nothing there. Or maybe everything was there, just hidden beneath the surface. Before drifting off, I made a list in my head, watch faces carefully. Document distortions. Talk to Jamie again. Visit the library for more clues. Get to the bottom of this, one way or another. Then, just as I was slipping into an uneasy half-dream, the whisper returned clearer this time, a breath against my ear that didn't belong to anyone in the room. "Look closer." I snapped awake, heart pounding, the room suddenly too bright, too quiet. The cracks in the plaster above me no longer seemed like cracks at all. They looked like a map. The whispers didn't stop after I woke up. Morning came with a dull ache behind my eyes and a clenching in my gut that refused to loosen. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I was seeing wasn't just a side effect of the medication. No, this was something else. Something hidden beneath the skin of the world I thought I knew. I forced myself out of bed, shivering despite the mild heat of early spring. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and something stale, like a forgotten corner of the city. I ran cold water over my wrists, watching the skin ripple, watching the tiny waves distort and flicker, just like the faces I'd seen. I was supposed to meet Jamie at the coffee shop downtown. The same place where I'd first noticed the subtle shifts in her expression, the way her smile would lag just a fraction behind her eyes, or the way the corner of her mouth would stretch too far to the right before settling back. I needed to talk to her again, but this time with a plan. When I arrived, the bell above the door chimed, but I paused at the threshold. The familiar scent of roasted beans was there, but it was layered with something else, something metallic and sharp. My skin prickled. I glanced around, eyes flicking to every face, every shadow. Jamie was already there, sitting alone in the corner booth, her hands wrapped around a chipped ceramic mug. The light caught her hair, turning it a dull copper, but then her face flickered. The distortion surged for a moment, like a glitch in a cheap video. Her eyes were too dark, too empty. I blinked hard. She smiled, and the moment passed. I sat down opposite her, trying to keep my voice steady. Hey. I saw something last night. Something weird. She tilted her head, brows knitting together in that way that always made her look younger and less certain than she was. What do you mean? I hesitated. Was I about to sound crazy? The walls. The cracks. They look like a map. And I keep hearing a whisper. It told me to look closer. I don't know if it's the meds or if I'm losing it. Jamie's eyes narrowed, and she leaned forward. You're not losing it. I see it too. I stared at her, stunned. What? You do? She nodded, her voice dropping to a whisper even though the cafe was half empty. Not just the faces, but the places. The buildings. They're like skin stretched too tight. Sometimes, if you watch long enough, you see what's underneath. The real shapes. Underneath what? I asked, hands tightening around my mug. People, places. The truth we don't talk about. It's all cracked open for us now. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I wanted to ask more, but the door rattled and a man stepped in, pausing as if sensing something wrong. His eyes scanned the room, settling on us briefly. His face, my God, his face, it moved. Not a twitch or a blink, but a slow, deliberate shift, like someone peeling back a mask. Jamie's hand gripped mine beneath the table. They're watching. I swallowed hard. Who? She shook her head. I don't know. But it's like we're not supposed to see this. The distortions, what if they're not just glitches? What if they're warnings? Suddenly, the room felt too small, the walls pressing in. The metallic smell was stronger now, and I realized it was coming from the man who'd just entered. He was watching us, and something about him made my stomach drop. I tried to look away, but my eyes kept darting back, drawn by the subtle shift in his features, like a shadow slipping across stone. Jamie stood abruptly. We need to get out of here. I nodded, voice barely audible. But where? Everywhere feels like it's changing. She glanced around, then grabbed my arm. There's a place I know. Quiet. No distractions. Maybe we can figure this out there. We left the cafe in a rush, the man's gaze lingering on the door long after we'd gone. Outside, the day seemed normal, cars idling at red lights, kids chasing a stray dog down the sidewalk, the scent of freshly cut grass mingling with exhaust fumes. But I was no longer sure what normal meant. Jamie led me down a narrow alley between two brick buildings, the rough plaster scraping my fingertips as I brushed past. The alley smelled of mildew and old paper. At the end was a door, painted faded green, with a small window smeared with dirt. She knocked twice, then waited. A woman's face appeared, a sharp, angular face that shifted unsettlingly as she smiled. Jamie. And you brought company. I stepped inside, the air thick and heavy, smelling of dust and something metallic again. The room was cramped, lined with shelves full of old books, stacks of newspapers, and a scattering of papers covered in strange symbols and notes. "This is Mara," Jamie said quietly. "She's been tracking the same thing." Mara's eyes, dark and intense, flicked over me. "You're seeing it too, then?" I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I don't know what it is, but it's like peeling back a layer of reality. Everything I thought I knew feels false." Mara smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Because it is. We all live in this fragile illusion. The medication you're on, it's not just medication. It's a catalyst." "A catalyst for what?" I whispered. "For seeing the cracks. For breaking through the lies everyone tells themselves. But once you see it, there's no going back." I swallowed hard. The weight of those words pressed down like a stone in my chest. Jamie nodded. "We've been trying to piece it together, but the more we look, the more dangerous it gets. People don't like being exposed." The door creaked, and I spun around. The same man from the cafe was standing in the doorway, his face shifting again, more pronounced this time. "You've seen too much," he said quietly, voice like gravel. Mara's eyes flashed. "We're not afraid of you." He smiled, but it was cold, a slow, deliberate curl of lips that didn't reach his eyes. "You will be. Soon enough." The door slammed shut behind him. Silence. Complete silence. I looked at Jamie and Mara, their faces etched with tension and fear. This wasn't just about medication or hallucinations anymore. This was something bigger. Something I was now irrevocably a part of. I had no idea how to escape. And maybe, deep down, I didn't want to. The room seemed smaller now, the stale air thick enough to choke on. That man, the one who just threatened us, wasn't just a shadow in the doorway anymore. His face, the way it shifted, was a puzzle I couldn't put down. Every time I blinked, he looked less human, more fractured. I wanted to shake it off, tell myself it was the medication, the exhaustion, but no. This was something else. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones. "We need to figure out what he meant," Mara whispered, voice barely above the hum of the flickering overhead bulb. Her fingers fiddled with the hem of her jacket, knuckles white. "If people don't like being exposed, who are these people exactly?" Jamie ran a hand through his hair, brushing it back as if that could smooth out the mess in his mind too. "We've hit something much bigger than we expected. It's not just about seeing things differently. It's about the lies everyone depends on." I swallowed hard. The room's stale smell, like old coffee and dust, mixed with the faint metallic tang of fear. I could feel my heart knocking against ribs that felt too tight. "And if we keep digging?" Jamie's gaze was sharp, almost wild. "They come after you. Not with fists or tool. With silence, with isolation. With people pretending not to know you." I thought about the woman at the cafe, how her smile warped, the way the edges of her eyes crinkled into something unrecognizable. Everyone around me was a mask. And now, these masks were peeling away. A sudden creak made us all freeze. The hallway outside was empty, but the sound was close, too close. Mara's eyes snapped to the door, then to the window. "We can't stay here," she said, voice steady but low. "If he's already inside, someone else will be too." The room felt colder suddenly, the lamp's flicker growing more erratic until it blinked out, plunging us into near darkness. A faint buzzing from the streetlight outside seeped in, casting long, inky shadows that stretched like fingers across the floor. "I don't want to believe this," I murmured, voice hoarse. "That there's a whole network of people hiding behind fake faces, watching us." "But it's true," Jamie said. "And they want to stop us before we unravel everything." I rubbed my temples, the dull ache behind my eyes sharp and relentless. My hands trembled when I reached into my pocket for the bottle of pills I'd been taking. I had hoped they'd steady me, but now I wasn't sure if they were the cause or the cure for what I was seeing. "Maybe the drug's messing with your brain," Mara said suddenly, eyes locked on mine. "Maybe this isn't real." I wanted to argue. I wanted to scream that the distortions, the shifting faces, the coldness, they were all real. But the doubt was there, gnawing at the edges of my mind. Jamie stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "There's a place. Not far from here. A safe place, or at least as safe as it gets. We have to get there before they do." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Lead the way." Outside, the night air was sharp against my skin, a biting wind that smelled faintly of rain and something else, something metallic and wrong. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting pools of sickly yellow. I kept my eyes on the shadows, every silhouette stretching and twisting just beyond the edges of my vision. As we moved, every face we passed seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. The barista's smile in the corner store cracked and reassembled in a way that made my stomach lurch. I blinked, trying to make it stop, but the afterimage lingered, haunting. "Are you okay?" Mara asked, her voice tense. I nodded, but my throat tightened. "I don't know what's real anymore." Jamie's hand brushed mine briefly. "You're not alone." The city felt like a maze designed to trap me. Empty alleys stared back like dark mouths. Every echo of footsteps behind us was a reminder we were being watched. My senses sharpened, too sharp. The roughness of cracked pavement underfoot, the distant hum of traffic, the faint rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. I could taste iron on my tongue, whether from nerves or the bitter aftertaste of the pills, I couldn't say. We reached a nondescript building, its peeling paint and barred windows blending into the night. Jamie pulled a key from his pocket, the metal cold and heavy. As the door creaked open, I caught a glimpse of movement in the reflection of the glass, a figure standing just beyond the streetlight's reach. I froze. The figure didn't move, but the face, that shifting, impossible face, was unmistakable. "He's here," I whispered. Mara's eyes were hard. Then we're too late. The door slammed shut behind us, and the world outside was swallowed by dark. My breath came fast, the room's stale air thick with the scent of damp wood and old paper. I pressed my back against the door, listening. Footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Getting closer. Jamie's eyes met mine. No turning back now. I wanted to argue, to run, to hide. But every nerve screamed that this was what I had been hurtling towards since the first pill touched my tongue. The shadows in the corners seemed to pulse, the walls breathing with secrets. I could feel the weight of countless unseen eyes, the pressure of 1,000 silent judgments pressing in. And then the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered one last time, plunging us into darkness so complete it felt like the world had ended. Silence. Complete silence. Until a voice, low and gravelly, whispered from the darkness, "You should have stayed blind." I didn't sleep well that night. The air in my apartment felt colder, heavier somehow, like it had been sitting underneath the weight of a storm that never passed. The usual hum of the refrigerator was sharper, more intrusive, almost like it was probing at some raw nerve in my skull. I kept waking up, startled by the faint creaks in the walls or the distant thumps from the street below. My hands trembled when I reached for my glass of water. The pill bottle sat on the kitchen counter, its label peeling at the edges, mocking me with its clinical indifference. By morning, I decided to stop the medication. Not because I was sure it was the cause of everything, but because the alternative, letting it continue, felt like surrender. I needed to understand what was happening to me, to the people around me. I needed to see clearly, even if that meant seeing something ugly. The sun was weak that day, filtered through a thick layer of clouds that made everything look washed out, like a faded photograph. I stepped outside, the soles of my shoes scraping against the cracked sidewalk, the smell of rain lingering in the air. The city was moving as usual, people chatting on street corners, the distant clatter of a delivery bike, the muffled shout of a vendor selling something I couldn't quite place. All of it familiar. But the faces I passed were anything but. At first, it was subtle. The way Mrs. Halpern at the bakery smiled just a little too wide, her lips stretching in a way that didn't quite reach her eyes. The way the man at the bus stop, Henry, I think his name was, kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone to emerge from the shadows at any moment. I blinked hard, tried to shake off the feeling that something was off. Maybe I was just tired. But then I saw it again. At the coffee shop, when I ordered my usual black coffee, the barista's face flickered in my vision. Her eyes shifted too quickly, her expression warping, like a bad edit in an old film. I caught myself squinting, trying to focus, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of light or a tired brain playing games. I said, "You okay?" And she blinked, smiling normally, nodding. "Yeah, just a little tired," she said. That was the moment I realized this wasn't going to stop on its own. I found myself wandering the streets, drawn to familiar places that had become strange. The park bench where I used to sit and read now felt like a stage set, the trees too still, their branches frozen mid-sway, their shadows too sharp against the cracked pavement. I heard laughter from a group of kids playing nearby, but the sound felt hollow, like a recording played back on a loop. I wanted to call out, to ask if anyone else noticed, but the words caught in my throat. Later, I met Anna at the diner. She was my closest friend, the one person I dared to confide in. I needed to know if she saw the same things. "Anna," I said, voice low, "do you ever feel like people aren't who they seem? Like there's something underneath?" She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "What do you mean?" I hesitated. "I don't know." Faces shifting. People changing when you're not looking. Like masks slipping. She laughed, but it was uneasy. "Sounds like you're stressed. Maybe you should see your doctor again." Her concern was genuine, but it felt like a wall. She didn't see it. Couldn't see it. I was alone with this. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed, the pill bottle in my hand. I stared at the label, the name of the medication printed in sterile type. I thought about the doctor, the pharmacy, the promises made about manageable side effects and improved quality of life. What if those were lies? Or worse, what if the truth was that the drug was peeling back a layer of the world no one else could see? I tried to remind myself of the last conversation with my sister. She'd been worried, asking if I was sleeping, eating well, talking to someone. She didn't understand. How could she? How could anyone who didn't see what I saw? The room seemed to close in around me, the shadows in the corners stretching longer, darker. I felt a cold sweat on my back, the kind that makes your skin crawl. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat. Then, a sudden clarity. Maybe this wasn't about the drug or my mind unraveling. Maybe it was about me looking too hard, too close, at a world that didn't want to be looked at. Maybe the unsettling truth was that everyone wore masks every day, not just figurative ones, but ones that could slip, distort, and reveal the cracks beneath. I made a decision. I would stop chasing the distortions, stop fighting to see what might be hiding. Instead, I'd focus on what was real, what I could touch and taste and hear without question. I'd find my way back to the ordinary, even if it meant accepting some uncertainty. The next morning, I flushed the remaining pills down the sink. The water swirled, pulling them into darkness. I didn't watch them go. Walking outside, the world felt sharper, warmer. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden glow over the sidewalks. Faces passed by, familiar and strange, but I smiled anyway. Maybe I was fooling myself. Maybe the distortions would return. But for now, I chose to see the world not as it might be beneath the surface, but as it was, in the moment. I met Anna for coffee again. This time, I didn't mention the shadows or shifting faces. We talked about books and music, about plans for the weekend. I watched her, really watched, and I saw the person I'd always known. Not perfect, not whole, but real. Later, at home, I sat on the couch and ran my fingers over the worn fabric. The roughness grounded me. The faint smell of rain on the windowsill reminded me that life moved forward, no matter how uncertain or strange it sometimes seemed. I realized then that the horror wasn't in the faces I saw or the world I thought I understood. It was in the loneliness, the way isolation twists perception until you can't tell what's real anymore. But it was also in the choice to keep going, to find connection even when it feels impossible. I'm not cured. I don't have all the answers. But I'm here. Present. Awake. And maybe that's enough. Silence settled over the apartment. Complete silence. For the first time in a long while, I closed my eyes and let myself rest. Story 5, Shifting Routes, a bus through realities. The bus smelled like stale coffee and damp fabric, a thin film of exhaust fumes leaking in every time the doors swung open. I stared out the window, watching the city blur by, or at least, what I thought was the city. The bus followed the same streets I always took to get to work, past the corner bakery with its chipped sign, the faded mural of a jazz band on Maple Street, the old library with its cracked steps. But something about the way the buildings leaned, the way the storefronts looked, felt off. Like I was seeing a slightly different city than usual. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was just tired. The bus jostled as it stopped, the brakes squealing softly. The doors hissed open, and a handful of people shuffled in and out. I glanced up, expecting faces I knew, regular commuters, maybe the woman with the purple scarf, the man who always tapped his foot like a metronome. But instead, the seat across from me held a man I recognized from somewhere else entirely, a friend I'd lost touch with years ago, back when I still lived across town. He wore a beige coat, his eyes scanning the bus like he was searching for someone. Our eyes locked for a brief moment, and my stomach twisted. He didn't say anything, just smiled faintly before turning away. I blinked, and when I looked again, the seat was empty. I thought I must be imagining things. The bus lurched forward, and the city outside shifted again. Now the buildings were taller, glass facades reflecting the pale light, and the smell outside changed to something sharper, bread baking mixed with exhaust and wet pavement. I ran a hand over my face, feeling the faint grit of dust under my fingernails. My throat was dry, but I didn't want to drink the lukewarm water from my bottle. I set it down awkwardly on the seat beside me. "Hey," a voice said suddenly. I turned. A young woman sat next to me, her eyes bright but guarded. "Are you okay? You look like you're seeing ghosts." I forced a smile. "Just tired, I guess." She laughed softly, nodding. "I get that. This route's a nightmare in the mornings." I nodded, but my gaze drifted back to the window. The streets outside had changed once more, now lined with brick row houses, laundry hanging on lines strung between poles, the smell of something cooking, maybe beans or stew, curling through an open window. I swallowed hard. None of this made sense. The bus was supposed to run the same path every day. I should know this city by heart. The woman glanced at me again, frowning. "You sure you're okay? You look like you don't belong." I laughed, a little too sharply. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a weird morning." She shrugged and looked out the window, but I caught the brief flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. The bus stopped again, this time at a corner that should have been familiar, the old grocery store where I sometimes picked up snacks. But the sign read something else entirely, Mendez Market, and the building was freshly painted, the windows gleaming. The people waiting looked different too. I recognized none of them. A man stepped on and glanced directly at me, his gaze unsettlingly intense. He was tall, thin, with a sharp jawline and dark eyes. I felt a chill creep down my spine. He didn't say a word but sat 2 rows ahead, turning his head slowly as if following my every move. I shifted uncomfortably, suddenly aware of how quiet the bus had become. Even the usual background murmur of conversations was missing. It was like everyone was holding their breath. I looked down at my hands. They trembled slightly. I tried to steady my breathing, but it came in shallow, uneven bursts. My fingers fidgeted with the frayed edge of my sleeve, the rough cotton scraping against my skin. The bus rumbled forward again, the outside world warping once more. Now the streets were wide and empty, lined with trees just starting to bud. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wet leaves and something else, something metallic, faint but distinct. I couldn't place it. I closed my eyes for a moment, pressing my palms against the window's cool glass. When I opened them, the faces around me were shifting, melting between strangers and people I recognized, old classmates, coworkers, neighbors I hadn't seen in years. Their eyes held questions I wasn't ready to answer. "Excuse me," a voice interrupted my thoughts. It was the woman who sat beside me earlier. "Are you feeling all right?" I nodded quickly, hoping my voice sounded steadier than I felt. "Yeah. Just a lot on my mind." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I get that. Sometimes this route messes with your head." I didn't want to ask what she meant. I didn't want to admit that I was beginning to wonder if I was losing my grip on reality, that the bus ride I'd taken 1,000 times was turning into something unrecognizable. The bus pulled up to another stop. The doors opened, and a gust of cold air rushed inside, carrying the faint sound of a dog barking in the distance. I stepped off with the others, feeling the crunch of gravel under my feet, the rough bark of a tree against my palm as I steadied myself. The street stretched out before me, unfamiliar and strangely silent. I looked back at the bus, its windows reflecting the gray sky, and for a moment, I thought I saw my own face staring back with wide, unblinking eyes. I swallowed. Something was wrong, but I wasn't sure what. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out. The cold air from the open bus doors bit into my skin like a warning. I glanced back at the bus, windows fogged slightly from the breath of the people inside. My reflection stared back, eyes wide and unblinking, but it wasn't quite me. Not really. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic edge of unease that had settled in my mouth. I didn't want to step off, but I couldn't stay on. Now all my mind was unraveling like this. "Hey," a voice said, soft and cautious. It was the woman from the bus, the one who'd smiled without warmth. "You okay?" I turned to see her standing a few feet behind me, arms crossed, the faint glow of the street lamp above casting a yellow halo around her. Her eyes flickered with something I couldn't place, concern? Or something darker? "I don't know," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "This place, it's not right." She nodded slowly. "Yeah, I know what you mean. Every stop feels like a different city, even if it's the same route. It messes with you." I wanted to press her, to ask what she meant. But something in the way she looked at me stopped me. Instead, I said, "Why? Why does it feel like that?" She shrugged, but her smile didn't soften. "Maybe because it's not the same route. Or maybe because we're not the same people every time we're here." She took a step closer, lowering her voice. "You're not the only one who's noticed." Her words twisted inside me, a knot tightening in my stomach. "Not the only one?" "Yeah." She glanced over her shoulder, like she was afraid someone might be listening. "People come and go, but some stay. Some get stuck. Like you." I blinked, disbelieving. "Stuck? How?" Her eyes flicked back to mine, and for a moment, I thought she might say more. Then she shook her head. "I shouldn't say. Just watch. Look for patterns. Things that don't fit. Patterns." That word repeated in my mind as the bus doors hissed shut behind us. The engine hummed, the tires crunching over gravel, and for a second, the street seemed to pulse with a strange energy that I couldn't explain. "Come on," she said, nodding toward the street. "Let's walk. It's better than sitting there, waiting for the bus to take you somewhere you don't want to go." I hesitated, but curiosity won over hesitation. We started walking, the gravel crunching beneath our feet, the cold night air wrapping around us like a shroud. The street lights flickered overhead, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move just a little too fast. I tried to focus on the details, the cracked pavement, the faded paint on a nearby sign, the faint smell of damp leaves mixed with exhaust fumes. Each stop should have been familiar, but every step revealed something different. A cracked window here, a store with a different name there. Nothing matched up with my memory of the route, but the bus schedule was the same, the stops numbered exactly as they always were. "How long have you been riding this route?" I asked her, glancing sideways. "Long enough," she said, voice low. "Long enough to see things that don't make sense." She stopped suddenly, pointing to a doorway that looked like the entrance to an old cafe. The faded sign above read Maggie's, but the paint was peeling, and the windows were smudged with grime. "That place," she said, "wasn't here last week." I frowned, stepping closer. The door was locked, but a faint light flickered inside, like a television left on. I pressed my hand against the cold glass. The reflection showed the street behind me, empty except for a figure standing near the bus stop. I blinked. The figure was me, or was it? I jerked my hand away. "Did you see that?" "See what?" She shrugged but didn't look away from the door. "The figure. It looked like me." She smiled again, that cold smile. "Maybe you're starting to see the layers." Layers. The word settled over me like a weight. I wasn't sure if it was a warning or a promise. We kept walking, the street folding around us like a map being redrawn. Each turn brought a new version of the city, sometimes brighter, sometimes darker, sometimes quieter. The air smelled different, too. At one point, it was thick with the scent of wet asphalt and burnt sugar. At another, a sharp tang of iron and something else I couldn't place. I tried to keep track, making mental notes of the changes, but my head spun. Faces appeared and disappeared. Once, I caught a glimpse of my mother sitting on a bench, knitting, but when I looked again, she was gone. Then a man I thought I recognized, but his face shifted into someone else's before I could say hello. "Are you sure you're okay?" the woman asked, her voice softer now. "I don't know," I said, voice cracking. "I think I'm losing it." "No," she said firmly. "You're waking up." We stopped at another bus stop, the sign bent and rusted. The bus was nowhere in sight. The street was empty except for a single street lamp flickering overhead. Under its weak light, the shadows seemed to spread and twist like living things. I looked down at my hands. They trembled. The woman watched me quietly. "Have you tried to get off the bus and not come back?" I asked. She shook her head. "No one's ever done that. Not for long." "Why?" She hesitated. "Because if you leave, you don't know where you'll end up. Or who you'll be." That hit me harder than I expected. I swallowed, the lump in my throat growing. "Do you want to get off?" she asked. The question hung in the cold night air, heavy and impossible to answer. Before I could say anything, a sudden noise broke the silence, a distant rumble, like thunder, but sharper, closer. The streetlights flickered violently, plunging the street into darkness for a heartbeat, then back to weak yellow. I glanced around. The buildings seemed to lean in, the shadows growing longer, more oppressive. The familiar hum of the city was gone. The silence pressed against my ears like static. "We should move," she said. "Something's coming." My legs felt heavy, but I followed her, every step echoing louder in the empty street. The bus stop sign twisted in the wind, creaking. I looked back once more. The street behind us had changed again. The bus was there, idling, but the passengers inside were different. Faces I recognized, friends, strangers, people I hadn't seen in years. They stared at me, unblinking, mouths moving silently. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. "What is this place?" I whispered. She didn't answer. Instead, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper, creasing it open with careful fingers. On it was a list of times and stops, exactly like a bus schedule, but with notes scribbled in the margins. "Look," she said, voice barely audible. "This is what I've been keeping. Trying to make sense of it all." I took the paper, fingers shaking. The notes made less sense the longer I stared. Names I recognized, dates that didn't line up, locations that shouldn't exist. "Why are you showing me this?" I asked. "Because you're part of it now. And if you want to get out, you have to understand the rules." I folded the paper carefully, my mind racing. The night air felt heavier, the shadows closing in. The bus waited behind us, the doors open, inviting. But I wasn't sure I wanted to get back on. Not yet. The paper in her hand was crumpled, edges worn like it had been folded and unfolded countless times. I squinted in the weak streetlight, trying to make sense of the scrawled notes alongside the printed schedule. Times crossed out, new ones added in shaky handwriting, names underlined, some familiar, some not. It looked like a logbook, a diary of stops and times, but the entries didn't match any bus route I'd ever known. The more I looked, the more the lines seemed to blur together, the ink smudging like it was crying or bleeding. Maybe that was just the sweat on my fingers. "Why do you have this?" I asked, my voice sounding small, almost swallowed by the thick night air. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, She folded the paper carefully, slipping it back into her pocket. Her eyes didn't meet mine. Because, she said finally, I'm like you. I've been on the bus long enough to know it never goes where you think it will. It's not just a route. It's a trap. I blinked. A trap? She nodded slowly. Every stop you get off, the city changes. The people change. But the bus doesn't. It's always there, waiting. And if you don't get on it again, well, you're stuck. The word stuck with me. Stuck. Like quicksand, like a spider's web tightening around my wrists, pulling me deeper. I swallowed hard. So, there's no way out? Her smile was weak, almost sad. There's a way, but it's no longer an option for us. Not once you've seen what's behind the curtain. You can't unsee it. You can't pretend the bus is just a bus anymore. I wanted to argue, to tell her I'd find a way, that I'd figure this out. But the air, cold and heavy with silence, felt thick, as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. The buildings around us, familiar yet wrong, seemed to lean closer, like they were eavesdropping. I glanced back at the bus. The engine was quiet now, the headlights dim. Inside, the faces continued to shift, flickering between the people I knew and strangers with blank expressions. One face settled on me, a reflection I recognized, but distorted, like a cracked mirror. It smiled too wide, too slow. It made my skin crawl. Why are the faces changing? I asked, voice dropping to a whisper. She shrugged, then pointed to the paper again. Because the bus feeds on memory. It wants you to trust what you think you know. But it twists it. It makes you doubt everything. Her eyes locked on mine, sharp and urgent. Trust no one. Not even yourself. Her words hit me like a cold wave. I clenched my fists to stop them from trembling. How could I trust myself when the world looked back at me like a stranger? When my own memories felt like lies? A sudden noise, a rustling from an alley nearby, snapped me out of my thoughts. The sound was so mundane yet so out of place. A cat. A rat. I couldn't tell. My heart jumped as the shadows shifted. The alley looked deeper than it should, swallowing the faint glow from the street lamp. I took a step back. Did you hear that? I asked, voice tighter now. She nodded, eyes scanning the darkness. It's never just the bus. The city changes, yes, but there are others. People or things that don't want us to leave. Her words weren't comforting. They were warnings. I looked down at my hands, palms sweaty, fingers curling into nails. The air smelled different here, a mix of damp concrete and something metallic, like rust and old blood. My throat tightened. I realized I hadn't swallowed in a while. We have to keep moving, she said, pulling me along. If we stay here, the bus will come back. And when it does, it'll expect us to get on. I hesitated. What happens if we don't? Her eyes darkened. That's when the city gets dangerous. I wanted to ask what she meant, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I followed her, each step heavier than the last. The street beneath my feet was rough, cracked asphalt mixed with patches of dirt and scattered leaves, damp from some earlier rain. The chill in the air crept under my jacket, but I didn't care. We walked in silence, the weird quiet pressing down again. Then, without warning, she stopped and pulled me into a doorway recessed from the street. The building was old, brick-chipped and faded, the plaster rough and peeling. A faint smell of mildew and something else, something faintly sweet and sour, clung to the air. She pressed her back against the wall, breathing hard. "Listen," she said. I listened. At first, nothing. Then, distant but clear, came the sound of the bus engine, slow and deliberate, like a heartbeat. It was close, but I couldn't see it. The sound wasn't like before. It was deeper, heavier, as if the bus was a living thing, breathing in the dark. "Why is it coming back?" I asked, swallowing hard. "Because it's hungry," she replied, voice low. "And it knows we're here." The bus rolled into view at the corner, headlights cutting through the fog creeping along the street. Inside, the windows were fogged, faces shifting again, some familiar, some terrifying. A woman smiled at me, lips moving but no sound came out. My skin prickled. I glanced at my companion. Her eyes were locked on the bus, lips pressed tight. "We have two choices," she said quietly. "Get on. Or stay and face whatever the city sends." I swallowed hard, the taste of metal thick on my tongue. My legs trembled, but the thought of boarding the bus again, the endless loop, the shifting faces, felt like surrender. Still, the street behind us was empty. No way out. No alley, no door, no escape. I looked back at the paper in her hand, the schedule, the notes, the warnings. The bus schedule wasn't just a map of stops. It was a countdown. Every stop a deadline. Every departure a decision. The bus doors hissed open, the yellow light spilling onto the cracked pavement. I could hear the faint murmur of voices, the shuffle of feet. The smell of stale air and sweat mixed with something else, fear, maybe. A cold sweat broke out across my back, and I realized my pulse was loud enough to drown out everything else. I stepped forward. Mist clung to the windows, blurring the world beyond into shadowy shapes that seemed to watch silently. She caught my arm. "Wait." Her grip was firm, almost desperate. "If you get on now, there's no turning back." I hesitated. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that twisted like fingers. The city around us seemed to hold its breath. "Why?" I whispered. She looked at me, eyes dark and unreadable. "Because the bus doesn't just change the city. It changes you." The doors were closing. I had to decide. The bus waited, and the city watched. The moment my foot crossed the threshold of the bus, the world shifted again. The door slammed shut behind me like a trap snapping shut. The groan of the engine was deeper somehow, more guttural, and the air, cold and heavy with silence inside, tasted sour, like sweat mixed with old bread left too long on a windowsill. I blinked, trying to steady the nausea curling in my stomach. I was on the bus, but the city outside wasn't mine anymore. The windows showed a skyline I didn't recognize, towering, glassy buildings that gleamed under a jaundiced sky. Street lamps flickered with a jaundiced glow. The pavement seemed cracked and uneven, as if the city was slowly breaking apart. A thin drizzle tapped against the glass, but the air smelled dry and heavy, like dust settling after a storm. Nothing familiar. Nothing safe. I glanced around the bus, searching for my companion. She sat a few rows ahead, her back straight, hands folded in her lap. Her dark hair was pulled tight into a bun, and she didn't look at me. Not once. It felt like she was holding herself together with sheer will, the same way I was trying not to lose it. The faces around us were different now, strangers, yes, but not just any strangers. Their eyes were sharp, darting, filled with something I couldn't place, calculating, maybe. Hostile, definitely. "Do you see them?" Her voice was low, barely above the hum of the bus. I nodded slowly. "Yeah. There. Watching." She didn't answer. Instead, she leaned forward and whispered, "This is the real test. Not the loop. Not the city changing. But what happens when they start to see you too? A shiver ran through me. I tried to focus on something, anything, my hands gripping the cracked vinyl seat, the faint scent of mildew, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the rails. But my mind was a storm, a tangle of questions and fear. Why were we here? Why was the bus taking us somewhere that felt like a nightmare version of a city we couldn't place? And more terrifyingly, why was I still here at all? I closed my eyes briefly, trying to recall the last solid thing I remembered. The street behind us, empty and silent. The paper in her hand, the schedule that wasn't just a map but a countdown. Each stop a deadline, a decision. And now, this. The bus jolted and slowed to a stop. The doors hissed open again. Outside, a street stretched out, bathed in a sickly green light. Neon signs buzzed overhead, their letters flickering in a language I almost recognized. My companion stood, motioning for me to follow. "Come on," she said. "There's no point waiting." I hesitated. The faces on the bus were all turned toward the doors now, their eyes gleaming with something that wasn't interest. It was hunger. Predatory. The air thickened. "Wait." I grabbed her arm. "Who are they?" She looked at me then, really looked. People who've lost their way in this place. People who forgot how to trust. The city changes them. Or maybe it just reveals what's inside. That made no sense. How could a city, or a bus, change someone? But the way she said it, like it was a fact, made me swallow the lump in my throat. We stepped off the bus together. The pavement was slick and cold beneath my shoes. The air reeked of something sour, rotting fruit, maybe, or something worse. I wanted to step back, to scream, to run in the other direction, but I was rooted. A figure approached from the shadows, tall, thin, with eyes like black pits. The streetlight above flickered wildly, casting the man's face into grotesque angles. He smiled, but it wasn't a smile. It was a warning. "Lost, are we?" His voice was low and gravelly. "You shouldn't be here." I wish I were making this up. I tried to step around him, but my companion's hand gripped my wrist. "Don't," she hissed. The man's eyes flicked to her. "Ah, a guide. How quaint." He laughed, a sound like metal scraping against stone. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. The city's layers peeled back, revealing this undercurrent of menace everywhere we went. The bus, the stops, the people, they were all part of something I couldn't understand, but it wanted me tangled in its web. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice barely steady. The man leaned in close. "Because no one listens. No one sees until it's too late. This place, it shows who you really are. And you're not ready for that." Suddenly, a sharp noise shattered the tense moment, a child's laugh, bright and innocent, echoing from somewhere down the street. The man's eyes flicked toward the sound, and in that instant, I saw something else flicker behind his gaze. Fear? Regret. Before I could ask, he disappeared into the shadows like a wisp of smoke. My companion pulled me forward. "We don't have time to figure it out now. Every stop is a layer deeper." I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but my legs barely obeyed. The city seemed to pulse around us, breathing, alive with unseen eyes. The buildings leaned in closer, their windows like dark mouths waiting to swallow us whole. We reached the next bus stop. This one looked familiar, but wrong, like a distorted photograph. The bench was splintered, the trash bin overflowing with cracked bottles and faded flyers. The air smelled of burnt rubber and something metallic. "This is where it gets worse," she said. "The faces here are closer to home. You'll see people you know. People who should be safe." I swallowed hard. My chest tightened. I didn't want to see them. I didn't want to see anyone. But the bus wasn't an option anymore. The city was pulling me down, dragging me into its depths. As if on cue, a woman stepped out from beneath the flickering street lamp. Her hair was streaked with gray, eyes tired but kind. She looked like my mother. No! She was my mother, but not really. Her smile was too sharp, too forced. "Are you lost, darling?" she asked, voice soft but edged with something cold. I froze. My hands trembled. "No," I whispered. "I'm Shoo." She reached out, fingers brushing my cheek. Her touch was ice. "You'll find your way." But I didn't. Not here. Not anywhere in this fractured city. The bus stopped. Again. The doors hissed open, and a breath of cold air pushed inside, sharp and unexpected. I blinked against the sudden brightness, although the sky was dull and gray like it had been all day. But the place outside wasn't the same. It never was. I should have known by now, but my heart still skipped. This time, the station looked less familiar, more worn, corners crumbling with graffiti that smelled faintly of damp and old paint. The smell of wet asphalt mixed with something else, something metallic, like rust or iron. I didn't want to lean out or look too long. Not yet. The bus was largely empty, but a few faces had shifted again. Not just strangers now. Familiar faces, the ones I thought I'd left behind, were pushed out of my mind, sitting silently at different seats. They didn't speak, they just stared, or looked away when I caught their eyes. I recognized the woman with the tired smile who used to work at the cafe 2 blocks from my apartment. She was here, too, but her eyes were hollow, like she was a shadow of herself. The man with the crooked tie, the one who always smelled like cigars, sat a few rows ahead, his face unreadable. I rubbed my hands on my jeans, trying to warm them. The bus had cooled further, as though the outside air bled in through the thin windows. I could hear the faint hum of the engine, a steady drone that seemed to throb in my ears. The driver didn't look at me, didn't respond when I tried to catch his eye in the rearview mirror. His hands gripped the wheel tightly. "Where are we?" I asked softly to no one in particular, my voice sounding strange and small in the cavernous space. No answer. I stood up, clutching the handrail, and walked toward the front. The driver's face was sharp in the mirror, features tight with something I couldn't name, maybe exhaustion, maybe something darker. "Can you tell me where this is?" I said again, louder, but he didn't turn around. I studied the street signs through the windshield. None of them made sense. None matched any part of the city I knew or thought I knew. The bus moved again, but the road outside shifted unnaturally. The buildings leaned too close, their windows like dark eyes watching. I swallowed hard. The weight on my chest tightened, as though the air itself was thickening into something I couldn't breathe. I sank into a seat near the window and tried to focus on the passing cityscape. The streets were crowded with people, but their faces blurred or flickered, like a bad signal on an old television. Strangers merged into acquaintances, acquaintances into ghosts. I blinked rapidly, trying to pin something solid down, but it was useless. Then, suddenly, my phone buzzed. I jumped, startled by the sharp vibration. I dug it out from my pocket, heart pounding. The screen was cracked, but the message was clear. "You're closer than you think. Trust no one." The sender was unknown. I stared at the words, the fuzz of static in my ears growing louder. The bus lurched violently. Someone screamed, a woman, high and trembling. I turned to see a man standing, his face twisted in something like anger or desperation. He didn't have a tool, but his hands clenched the overhead rail so hard his knuckles were white. "Quiet," he barked, voice rough and sudden. The bus fell into a tense silence, the kind that presses against your throat and makes you swallow hard. I wanted to say something, to ask what was wrong, but my mouth was dry. The man sat back down, muttering under his breath, but his eyes never stopped scanning the passengers. I looked around me. The other faces were still shifting, still morphing between people I might have trusted and those I never would. I felt a cold sweat break across my forehead. My hands trembled. Why was I here? What was this place? The route never changed, but every stop was a different city, a different reality. I had to find a way out of this loop, this maze of shifting faces and fractured streets. The bus slowed, then stopped again. This time, the doors didn't open right away. The driver's voice crackled over the intercom, rough and distant. "Last stop," he said. "All off." I hesitated. I looked at the others. Some were already moving toward the door, their faces blank, resigned. Others looked at me, wide-eyed, as if waiting for me to make a decision. I swallowed hard and stood, heart pounding in my ears. I stepped off the bus into the cold air. The sky was a dull gray, but the streets smelled different here, cleaner, less oppressive. The buildings were familiar. I recognized the little bakery on the corner, the faded red door, the chipped sign swinging in the breeze. "Where am I?" I whispered, breath visible in the cold. A woman stepped out behind me. She was the tired smile woman from the bus, but now her eyes held life. She looked at me carefully. "You're here," she said softly. "You're home." I blinked, disbelief tightening my chest. Could this be the end of the nightmare? The layers of cities, faces, realities folding back into one? I took a step forward, then another. The pavement was solid beneath my feet. The air smelled of fresh bread and rain-soaked earth. The distant sound of a dog barking, a child laughing echoed faintly. The woman watched me for a moment longer, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the morning crowd. I stood there, alone but strangely whole. I realized then what had been unraveling all this time. The bus, the shifting cities, the faces I couldn't trust had been a reflection. A maze built from my own fear, my own fractured sense of belonging. I had been running through layers of doubt and mistrust until I couldn't tell friend from stranger, reality from illusion. But here, now, the world felt solid. Imperfect, yes, but real. I inhaled deeply, the cold air filling my lungs, steadying me. My hands stopped trembling. The weight on my chest lifted ever so slightly. I didn't know how long I'd been trapped in that endless route, in that shifting nightmare. Maybe hours, maybe days. Time had lost meaning. But standing here, feeling the rough plaster of the bakery's brick wall under my fingertips, hearing the distant life of the city waking up, that was proof. Proof I could trust this moment. I didn't smile. Not yet. But I felt something close, a fragile hope. The bus pulled away in the distance, empty now, its engine a low rumble fading into the city's morning murmur. I watched it go, knowing I wouldn't get on again. I stepped forward, toward the bakery, toward whatever came next. And for the first time in a long time, I believed I might find my way home. Story 6, Hidden Trail of the Lost, Messages from the Woods. I never thought a simple hike could unsettle me so thoroughly. The trail was busy that day, the steady crunch of boots on gravel mingling with birdsong and the distant murmur of a creek. I'd started late, partly because I needed the quiet, partly because it was the only day I had free. Work had been a slog for weeks. The city's relentless hum was a kind of background noise I couldn't escape, even in my dreams. Here, with the sun filtering through the maples and aspens, I thought maybe I could find some peace. About an hour in, I passed the usual landmarks, the old wooden signpost, the rusted bench overlooking the valley, the painted rock someone had left near the bend. That's when I noticed something odd, a narrow track branching off to the side, almost hidden beneath a tangle of brambles and overhanging branches. It wasn't marked on the trail map I'd brought, and there was no sign of recent foot traffic. But what caught my eye wasn't the path itself, it was the cluster of objects scattered near its entrance. A faded backpack, its fabric fraying at the edges. A cracked water bottle, half buried in leaves. And, pinned to a nearby tree with a bent nail, a yellowing note. The handwriting was hurried, shaky. I crouched down and read. Help. Lost. Please find me. Don't trust the people near the development. I blinked, a cold draft threading through my jacket despite the warming sun. The note smelled faintly of mildew, like it had been there a long time, but the words felt urgent, almost desperate. I looked around, half expecting to see someone watching from the trees or a rescue party coming any second. But there was only the usual forest quiet, interrupted now and then by the rustle of squirrels or the distant bark of a dog. I pocketed the note carefully. My hands trembled slightly, though I told myself it was just the chill from the shade. Still, I felt a prickle behind my neck, that uneasy awareness you get when something's off but you can't quite put your finger on why. Curiosity got the better of me. I edged onto the side path, pushing past brambles that snagged at my sleeves. The trail was narrow, uneven, and the canopy thickened overhead, swallowing the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows in patches. The air here was cooler, damp with moss and something else, something faintly metallic, like iron or rust. About 50 yards in, I spotted more items. A pair of cracked sunglasses lay near a broken hiking pole. Another note, this one pinned to a jagged rock. Do not follow them. They are watching. I swallowed hard. Who was they? And why were these notes hidden here? The idea that someone had left their belongings behind, possibly under duress, gnawed at me. I wasn't the type to get involved in other people's troubles, but this felt different. Uneasy. As if these messages were breadcrumbs leading somewhere I didn't want to go. I stepped back onto the main trail, heart still thumping. My boots crunched louder, the sound oddly hollow. The sun had shifted, now it peeked through the leaves in sharp slants, casting long shadows. I tried to shake off the unease, blaming it on exhaustion or maybe too much caffeine. But the image of that first note lingered in my mind. I heard rumors about the land developer pushing to buy up the forest edges near the trailhead, some shady deals, whispered protests from locals, but nothing concrete. The idea that this tied into missing hikers seemed far-fetched. Yet, the evidence was right there. Later, at the visitor center, I asked the ranger about the side path. She frowned, exchanging a glance with another staff member. That trail? Not officially part of the park, she said. Sometimes people take it, but it's overgrown and not maintained. There have been reports of people wandering off, getting lost. I mentioned the notes and belongings. Her eyes narrowed. We found a few things like that. Usually, it's kids playing pranks or hikers who panic and drop stuff. But it's not uncommon for people to disappear around here. Most turn up, eventually. I nodded, but the words felt hollow. There was something more, I was sure of it. Something the ranger wouldn't or couldn't say. Back in my rental car, the smell of pine still clung to my jacket. I stared out at the fading light, the silhouette of the development site visible beyond the trees, its skeletal frames rising like broken ribs against the sky. I thought about the people who'd left those notes, the ones who might still be out there, waiting to be found or hoping no one ever would. The trail was supposed to be a place of beauty, a sanctuary from the noise. Instead, it was a quiet trap, hiding secrets that no one wanted to see. I rubbed my palms against my thighs, trying to ward off the chill that wasn't from the cold. Something was wrong here. Something I couldn't ignore. And I had a nagging feeling that the peaceful hike I'd planned was just the beginning. The woods seemed to close in around me, shadows shifting where sunlight should have been. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I took a deep breath, steeling myself to follow the faint path deeper, knowing the answers I sought might come at a cost I wasn't ready to pay. The next morning came too quickly, the sky a slate gray smear behind my blinds. I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd stumbled onto wasn't just a series of unfortunate accidents. The pattern was too deliberate, too precise. Someone was keeping track, someone who didn't want these stories told. I pulled on my jacket again, the one I'd worn yesterday, its fabric stiff and damp from the mist settling in the air. The trailhead was only a few miles from the small town diner where I'd grabbed coffee, but it felt like stepping back into a different world. The parking lot was mostly empty, save for a beat-up pickup truck with a faded bumper sticker that read "Build Back Better." I'd never been a fan of slogans, especially ones that felt like hollow promises. I started down the main trail, the familiar crunch of gravel underfoot strangely comforting after the disquiet of last night. The early morning air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, sharp and clean. Somewhere off to my left, a creek gurgled quietly, its water frothing over mossy stones. I was heading for the side path again, the one no one seemed to mention on the trail maps or in any of the guidebooks. The unmarked route where I'd found those desperate notes and abandoned gear. As I approached the spot, I noticed a fresh piece of paper pinned beneath a flat stone near the path's entrance. I crouched and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was hurried, uneven, the ink smudged from moisture. Help. They're watching. Don't trust the men with hard hats. They lie. If you find this, turn back. Please. The words were chilling in their simplicity, but what caught my attention was the date scrawled in the corner, 2 weeks ago. I sat back on my heels, the cold seeping through my jeans. 2 weeks ago. Someone had been here recently. Someone who'd felt the same fear I did now. The forest didn't feel quite as welcoming this morning. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying a faint metallic scent like fresh concrete or rusted rebar. I tucked the note into my jacket pocket and stepped onto the narrow path. The underbrush was thick, snagging at my sleeves and scratching my neck. The trail was barely a trail, more of a faint line through the tangle of ferns and brambles. After 15 minutes, I came across a small clearing. There, half buried in a mound of leaves, lay a dog-eared backpack. Its fabric was faded, torn in places, and the zipper hung loose. I knelt down and unzipped it, revealing a soggy water bottle, a crumpled map, and a folded jacket with a distinctive patch, a local hiking item logo I recognized from a bulletin board back in town. I flipped through the map carefully. Someone had marked several spots with red circles, connected by shaky lines. I traced them with my finger, realizing these points corresponded to the places where some of the missing hikers had last been seen or where their belongings had been found. A knot tightened in my stomach. This wasn't random. It was a map of disappearances. I stuffed the items into my pack, my mind racing. I had to reach out to someone. But who? The local ranger station was the obvious choice, but I wasn't sure I could trust them. The development project was huge, backed by a powerful company with deep pockets and local influence. I heard a rustle behind me. I froze, heart thudding against my ribs like a drum. A man stepped into the clearing, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a hard hat and a fluorescent vest. His eyes were sharp, calculating. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice low but firm. I'm just hiking, I replied, trying to keep my tone casual even though my hands trembled. I like to explore all the trails. He didn't smile. This isn't a trail. It's private property now. That side path's been closed for months. Really? I said, raising an eyebrow. I didn't see any signs. He stepped closer, the smell of sweat and oil thick in the air. That's because we don't want people snooping around. There's nothing for you here. I clenched my jaw, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt. The trees offered no real cover, the underbrush too sparse to hide in. I forced a smile. Thanks for the warning. He nodded once and turned, disappearing back into the trees with the soft crunch of his boots muffled by the moss. I exhaled slowly, the tension easing just a bit. But something about that encounter didn't sit right. The way he watched me, like a predator sizing up prey. I wasn't just trespassing on property. I was poking at something far bigger than a few missing hikers. Back on the main trail, I made my way toward the ranger station. The building was a squat, weather-beaten structure nestled against a bluff overlooking the valley. The scent of pine and fresh paint mingled in the air, a stark contrast to the tension I carried inside me. Inside, a woman with graying hair and sharp features looked up from her desk. Her name tag read Marcy. "Can I help you?" she asked, eyes narrowing slightly. "I'm investigating the disappearances along the trail," I said, holding up the map and notes. "I found this on the side path." She glanced at the papers, then back at me. "That path's been off limits for safety reasons. Landslides, mostly. We've lost a few people over the years, but that's nature, not anything sinister." I wasn't convinced. "There's more to it. There's a pattern. People disappear near the development site. Their belongings show up in places no one should be." Marcy sighed, rubbing her temples. "Look, I get it. People want answers. But stirring things up won't help anyone. The company's got permits, inspections. There's nothing hidden." Her tone was flat, but her eyes flicked toward the window, where the skeletal frames of the development loomed like silent sentinels. "Has anyone ever tried to investigate the company's practices? Maybe check their safety records?" She hesitated. "That's complicated. There's politics involved. Developers bring jobs and money. People don't want bad press." I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of her words. It wasn't just about missing hikers. It was about power, influence, and the cost of silence. Before I left, Marcy handed me a small envelope. "I found this taped under the counter a few days ago. Thought you might want to see it." Inside was a series of photographs, blurry, grainy shots of men in hard hats inspecting the site at night. One showed a figure crouched near a pit, face obscured. Another captured a group gathered around a makeshift table, papers spread out, but the faces were hard to make out. I studied the images, heart sinking. There was something deliberate here. Something someone was trying to hide. Outside, the wind picked up, tugging at the branches overhead. The sky was darkening, heavy with the promise of rain. I zipped up my jacket, the damp chill crawling under my skin. As I walked back toward the trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That the quiet woods held eyes, waiting for me to slip up. In the distance, a dog barked sharply, breaking the silence. I paused, listening. No reply. The woods swallowed the sound. And I knew this was only the beginning. I sat on the cracked vinyl bench, the envelope heavy in my palm like a weight I hadn't expected. The room smelled faintly of damp wood and stale coffee. Marcy's place, a small diner not far from the trail's main entrance. Outside, The skeletal frames of the development jutted against the evening sky, their sharp angles silhouetted under the last light, like silent sentinels watching. I couldn't stop staring at the photos. They felt like pieces of a puzzle that didn't want to be solved. The first photo showed men in hard hats, faces blurred by motion or poor lighting, their postures tense. One was crouched near a pit, his face hidden by shadow or perhaps a mask. Another had a group clustered around a makeshift table strewn with papers, the faces unrecognizable, but the expressions, if I squinted, looked urgent, maybe even desperate. I flipped through the images again, hands trembling despite myself. Someone was working at night. Someone was hiding something. Marcy's words echoed in my mind. Politics. Power. Money. I'd heard it before, the same tired excuse people use to bury inconvenient truths, but this felt different. This felt like a trap. And standing here, with the development looming outside, I realized how deep the trap went. Has anyone tried to get to the bottom of this? I asked, voice low. Marcy shrugged, wiping a smudge off the counter with a rag that looked as aged as the diner itself. Some journalists poked around a while back. Nothing stuck. The company's got lawyers, you know. They make sure the right people don't talk. The locals? They don't want to lose their jobs, their homes. So the disappearances, well, people just whisper about them now. Like ghosts. But no one's brave enough to shout. Her words settled over me like a thick fog. I could feel the air shift, heavier now, more suffocating. I wanted to argue, to say somebody had to do something, but the truth was this. I was standing at the edge of a story that could swallow me whole. I looked back at the photos. The man crouched near the pit. Was that where the missing hikers ended up? Did the company's site, this sprawling scar across the landscape, cover something darker than just corporate greed? That night, I barely slept. The envelope sat on the bedside table, a silent reminder of the choice I'd made the moment I pocketed it. Investigate further. Dig deeper. There was no turning back now. I'd already crossed a line, and somehow, I knew I was being watched. The following morning, I returned to the trailhead before the sun had fully risen. The air was crisp, tinged with pine and damp earth, but underneath was something else, a metallic tang that made the back of my throat itch. The main path was busy with early risers, joggers, and families, but nobody looked my way. Nobody noticed the tension coiled under my skin. I pulled the photos from my pack while sitting on a weathered bench near the trail sign. The images felt heavier in daylight, their grainy shadows sharpened by the cold light. I traced the edges with my finger, trying to decipher what I'd missed the night before. The pit. The makeshift table. The faces. Then I remembered a detail Marcy mentioned, something about the side path I'd stumbled on a few days ago. The one where I found backpacks and those desperate notes pinned to trees, soaked and fading but still legible. Lost hikers, silent pleas for help, warnings that went unanswered. I needed to see it again. The side path was narrower than the main trail, overgrown in places with brambles and tangled roots that snagged my boots. The air smelled different here, damp moss and decaying leaves, but also burnt rubber and faint oil, like some machine had been running nearby. I crouched beside a cluster of abandoned gear, picking up a cracked water bottle, its label peeling to reveal a faded brand. A faded note, pinned to a tree with a rusty nail, fluttered in the breeze. They're watching. Don't trust the workers. Don't go near the pit. My hands shook. The words weren't just a warning, they were a plea. Fear seeped into the paper, the handwriting jagged and uneven like the writer had been running or crying, or both. I pressed on, the trail narrowing until it ended abruptly at a chain-link fence, rusted and sagging. Beyond it, The earth dropped away into a deep excavation pit, dark, cavernous, and utterly silent. The pit I'd seen in the photo. My mouth went dry. The pit was bigger than I'd imagined, a gaping wound in the earth. I scanned the perimeter. Fresh tire tracks cut through the dirt, and half-buried footprints led closer to the edge. Someone had been here recently. Then a voice behind me, a low, deliberate tone that made my heart slam against my ribs. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around. A man in a faded company jacket stood a few feet away, ice cold and unreadable. His presence made the forest seem smaller, the shadows closer. The scent of sweat and cheap cologne hit me like a wave. "I'm just hiking," I said, voice tighter than I wanted. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "This path isn't for tourists. It's private property. You could get hurt." I nodded slowly, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm not looking for trouble. Just trying to understand what happened to the missing hikers." His smile vanished. The man stepped closer, voice dropping. "Some things are better left alone. You don't want to find out." The air thickened. The pit yawned behind him like a silent threat. For a moment, I considered turning back. But the photos, the notes, Marcy's quiet warnings, they all pushed me forward. "Why cover it up?" I asked. He hesitated, then shook his head. "You don't know what you're dealing with. This place, it's bigger than you think. Bigger than any of us." The words hung between us, heavy and ominous. I swallowed hard. There was no way out now. I was tangled in something much larger, a network of secrets, lies, and power. He turned away without another word, disappearing down the trail, leaving me alone with the pit and the silence. Standing there, I realized this wasn't just a story anymore. It was a trap. And I'd stepped right into it. The forest held its breath, as if waiting for something unseen to stir beneath the ancient trees. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching longer, and I knew that whatever I chose next, the path back was gone. The development, the missing hikers, the notes pinned like warnings to the trees, it was all connected. And I was in the middle of it. I stuffed the photos back into the envelope and shoved it into my pack. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to move. There was one last thing I needed to do, one person I had to find. Because now I wasn't just a hiker with a curiosity. I was a target. And the story I'd uncovered was far from over. The pit sat behind me like a wound in the earth, dark and silent, swallowing every whisper of the wind. I stood there for a long moment after the man's retreating footsteps faded into the forest, the weight of his warning sinking deeper than any exhaustion from the climb. Bigger than any of us. His words rolled around in my chest, thick and heavy. I could almost taste the bitterness of them, like the last swallow of bitter coffee you didn't want but had to finish. I didn't move. Couldn't. The trail beyond the pit where the man had gone taunted me with its shadows. I thought about turning back, about the comforting certainty of the marked trail, but Marcy's face flickered in my mind. Her quiet fear, the way her hands trembled when she handed me that crumpled note. The faces in the photos, the missing hikers, frozen in time, their eyes staring right at me, pleading without sound. No! I wasn't done. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the chill settling in as the sun dipped lower behind the ridges. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles, a scent so familiar it felt like home, and yet, here it was, twisted with something else. Something sour, a faint metallic tang that made my throat close up for a second. The kind of smell you don't notice until it's too late. I swallowed hard, then stepped toward the edge of the pit, peering into the blackness. My flashlight was tucked away in my pack, but I didn't want to stop. Not now. Instead, I adjusted the small headlamp on my forehead, clicking it on. Its beam cut a narrow path through the creeping dusk. The side trail's entrance was almost hidden beneath a curtain of overgrown ferns and tangled roots. I pushed them aside, the wet leaves brushing against my skin, cold and clammy. The ground beneath was soft, spongy, like the forest was trying to swallow me whole. Every step I took felt like stepping deeper into some trap. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional distant snap of a twig or the rustle of something moving just beyond sight. I told myself it was nothing but squirrels or birds settling in for the night, though my senses screamed caution. About 50 yards in, I stumbled over something half buried in the undergrowth. My heart skipped. Kneeling, I brushed away dirt and leaves. A backpack. Old, frayed at the edges, its once bright colors faded by sun and rain. I pulled it out carefully, the fabric stiff and brittle. Inside, a cracked water bottle, a folded map with notes scribbled in the margins, a tattered journal. I opened the journal, the pages yellowed and curling. The handwriting was jagged, hurried. I read the first entry aloud to myself, voice low. Day 3. Lost again. Tried to follow the river but ended up circling back. Food's almost gone. Phone has no signal. If anyone finds this, please help. They're coming. They're coming? The words echoed in my head. My pulse quickened. Who was coming? Why? Another note fell out. This one was more recent, the paper less worn. Don't trust the men with the blue trucks. They say they're clearing the land, but they're taking people. Saw it with my own eyes. If you're reading this, run. Run before they find you. I swallowed, the knot in my stomach tightening. The blue trucks. The land developer. It all connected. The disappearances, the obfuscation, the man's warning. This wasn't random. It was methodical, calculated. I stuffed the journal carefully into my pack and kept moving, following the path as it twisted downhill, the trees thinning as the sky darkened. My headlamp flickered. I tapped it anxiously. The batteries were fine, but the light was weak, like it was struggling against something unseen. The trail opened onto a small clearing littered with more belongings, a pair of hiking boots, a broken compass, a rain jacket stained with dirt and something darker. My stomach churned. I crouched down, examining a note pinned to a tree with a rusty nail. The handwriting was shaky. Help me. They took my friend. I don't know where. I'm next. I blinked hard, the edges of my vision swimming. A dry cough echoed behind me. I whipped around, heart hammering, but saw only the swaying branches. The forest held its breath. Hello? I called, voice cracking. Is someone there? No answer. Just the wind, carrying the faintest hint of smoke. Wood smoke, or was it something burning deeper? I couldn't tell. Suddenly, the hair on my neck prickled. I wasn't alone. I turned sharply, scanning the shadows. A figure stood just beyond the tree line, half hidden but unmistakable. The same man from before. His face was unreadable, eyes glinting cold under the brim of his hat. You shouldn't be here, he said quietly, stepping forward. I told you some things are better left alone. My throat tightened. Why? What are you hiding? He laughed, low and humorless. Hiding? No. Protecting. This land isn't just dirt and trees. It's money. Power. And people like you threaten that. I clenched my fists. People are disappearing. You're involved. I know it. He shrugged, the movement casual but with a sharp edge. Disappearing is a strong word. Some get lost. Some don't want to be found. And some make choices that don't fit your version of right. I shook my head, the frustration boiling over. That's not good enough. The man's eyes narrowed. You think you can change this? You don't know the cost. I stepped closer, voice steady despite the fear curling in my belly. I'm not leaving until I get answers. He studied me for a long moment, then sighed. You want answers? Fine. But once you hear them, there's no going back. You'll be marked. Trapped in this as much as I am. The forest seemed to lean in, the shadows drawing tight around us. I swallowed again, tasting copper on my tongue. I nodded. Tell me. He motioned for me to follow, and we moved deeper into the woods, where the thickets grew thicker and the air, cold and heavy with silence heavier. I sat on the edge of the ridge, the sun dipping behind the jagged peaks, casting long shadows across the valley below. The air was cooler now, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, sharp and alive. My hands trembled as I unfolded the crumpled papers one last time, the ink smudged in places but the words still painfully clear. Desperation. Fear. Names, those names, some familiar, some I'd only just learned etched into a pattern I couldn't unsee. I'd spent the last 2 days chasing fragments of a terrible truth hidden beneath the trail's postcard-perfect surface. The unmarked side path, swallowed by brambles and neglect, had been a doorway into something suffocatingly real. No ghosts or legends. Just people, ordinary hikers, vanished without a trace. And the developer. That greedy man with his bulldozers and promises, who carved up the land for his own gain, indifferent to the lives crushed beneath his schemes. I remember the first clue, the bright red scarf snagged on a thorn bush, its edges frayed and faded by rain and sun. It pulled me deeper into the tangle, into the undergrowth where discarded backpacks, water bottles, and torn journals lay like discarded hopes. Each item a whisper of a story ended too soon. I traced the pattern on the maps I'd found, connecting dots of disappearance, each closer to the developer's expanding project than I wanted to admit. The local authorities had brushed off my calls, citing natural hazards and increasingly reckless hikers. But I knew better. There was something deliberate under the surface. A calculated erasure. And I was the only one stubborn enough to follow the thread. Tonight, as the last light bled away, I felt the weight of it all pressing on my chest. I'd sent everything, the notes, photos, coordinates, to an investigative journalist I'd met days ago at the trailhead. Someone who wouldn't let this story die under a pile of bureaucratic apathy and corporate lies. I hoped. I needed to hope. The wind carried a distant sound, dogs barking far below, a faint murmur of voices from a nearby ranger station. It was ordinary life, oblivious to the dark corners I'd uncovered. I let my fingers trail over the rough bark of the tree beside me, grounding myself. The bark was cool and slightly sticky with sap, the smell oddly comforting. I thought about the people I'd never met but had come to know so intimately. Claire, the young woman who'd left a note begging for help. Tom, whose hiking boots were found abandoned near a fresh bulldozer track. Marcus, whose final journal entry ended with a desperate plea to stay away from the new construction. Their voices haunted my mind, their stories lingering like shadows. I thought about my own reasons for coming here. I'd wanted escape, clarity, a break from the city's noise. Instead, I found a quiet horror that seeped beneath my skin. It changed me. This wasn't just a hike anymore, it was a reckoning. I stood, brushing dirt from my pants. The path back to the main trail was steep but familiar, and I knew I wouldn't be coming back to that side path. Not the way I had before. Not without someone else, with backup, with proof that would make the invisible visible. The rustling of leaves caught my attention. For a moment, I thought I was imagining it, a figure slipping between trees. My breath hitched, but no one emerged. Just the wind again, twisting through branches like a whispered warning. I shook my head, trying to clear the sudden pulse of fear. I wasn't a fool. Or at least, I didn't want to be. I had evidence, witnesses, well, their belongings, and a story that demanded to be told. Descending the trail, the sun's last rays flickered over the rocky ground, and I caught a glimpse of the developer's new construction site below. The clearing was scarred, trees uprooted, machines idle for the night. I stared at the outline of freshly cut earth, the cold gleam of metal fences. The place felt wrong, unnatural, as if it had swallowed something vital and spat out emptiness. I swallowed hard. This was where it all started, and where it might finally end. Back at the trailhead, the small ranger station was quiet except for the hum of fluorescent lights and the faint clatter of a keyboard. I'd left messages, photos, and my shaky testimony with the journalist. Now it was out of my hands. The journalist's voice on the phone earlier had been steady but urgent. This will blow up, you know. People need to hear this. I'd nodded, though he couldn't see me. Just be careful. These people don't like being exposed. I laughed quietly, a sound without humor. I'm already in deep. That night, I found a quiet corner in a nearby cafe, the walls lined with photographs of the trail in its glory, sunrises over endless ridges, wildflowers blooming in bursts of color. I sipped lukewarm coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. I thought about the people who disappeared and the ones who might still be out there, lost in the underbrush, their stories waiting to be found. I realized something had shifted inside me. I wasn't the same person who had set out on that trail with a day pack and naive enthusiasm. I was marked now, in a way that wouldn't fade with the setting sun. The horror of it wasn't in monsters or curses, but in human greed and silence. In the ease with which people were written off, hidden away beneath layers of red tape and broken promises. I knew the fight wasn't over. The developers' plans were sprawling, backed by money and power. But the truth was a stubborn seed. It grew in the cracks, pushed past the weeds, reaching for light. I looked out the window at the rain beginning to fall, its soft patter against glass steady and relentless. The trail ahead was uncertain, winding. But I would keep walking it, in whatever way I could. Because some stories refuse to be left untold. And some voices demand to be heard. The end.